Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Challengers Elite here on the brand new, right out of the box, ClutchGG YouTube stream. My whole shift with me, I've got Cash and Well. We're about to get to know Team Raw pretty darn well. They'll be on our featured match as we go through this kind of red zone style coverage throughout both this first slot and the second. This opening matchup, a big one versus whatever it takes.
It is a big matchup. I'm excited for this one to get into it. Both teams are undefeated coming into this match tonight. And so obviously someone's got to leave with a loss. And I know if you're either team, you're looking to make that further statement into why you deserve to be in that top 4 conversation. And remaining undefeated would definitely be a step in the right direction for either team.
Huge. It's absolutely massive. The biggest thing about what this group stage is going to look like with the round robin format is only the top 4 teams will make it directly to playoffs. There's no more knockout brackets. So yeah, both teams undefeated. You go 3-0, you're feeling great about your chances to at least solidify a playoff spot, but maybe even more so importantly for whatever it takes here, simply due to the fact that the 2 opponents they played yesterday were solid opponents. So if you win here, you're now not just on top of the table. You've created some separation between you and everybody else, and especially the bottom 2 teams that you have yet to play.
Definitely, you've got to be feeling great because it's a weird thing to say, but your schedule kind of gets easier as you go on throughout the rest of this play, where a lot of people are looking at the hardest part of their schedule coming up and maybe have a loss already counted to them. So yeah, they definitely, sitting at 3-0, if they could come off of this one with a win, would really almost solidify themselves in that top 4 position. But I know they want that and then some going on. And if you're Team Raw, you're looking to just keep your heads up and keep moving in the right direction as far as securing wins for the team goes. And again, after yesterday, especially with the reverse sweep that they had against Texas Nation, you know they're feeling good coming to this one as well.
The ice that Team Raw have been able to showcase, both not just yesterday's reverse sweep, big shouts there, 6-0 on the map 5, looked a completely different team from when they were map 2 versus map 5, but you also have to keep in mind they were knocked down to the lower bracket in the elite qualifiers after the first round.
Yeah.
So these guys got some ice here is what we're saying, Cash. So we'll see if they'll need to bring that back out to the table. We're jumping into map number 1. It's going to be Bacage. And, you know, the interesting thing about both of these 2 squads, we really kind of put a lot of energy and effort into talking about Jimbo, who kind of came into this year's elite as a major SMG presence. But Cash, yesterday, he looked great with the Automaton as well.
Yeah, it looked wonderful and showed the flexibility that you need to, especially in Vanguard with the map sets that you get. Having a player that you're comfortable and that you trust going from that AR to SMG role. Jimbo showing flashes of that, especially at this point in the season. Something wonderful to see and something you hope to see continue as we get into our map set later on into this. That's what's going to be expected from him.
Let's see how things unfold. We dig on into the Bacage Hardpoint, and for whatever it takes, you know, we talked about it, you know, some of the times that they were kind of going through their games yesterday. Sure, they're 2-0, only dropped 2 maps. Their wins were very, very tight wins. Their losses, more blowout style. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of form we catch whatever it takes in this opening match.
Absolutely, and you know Team Raw is aware of that, so they know that if they can get the lead and if they can start getting a couple maps under their belt, they're going to look to close it out. They know this team, when put to the test, again, have kept it close, but where they've lost, it hasn't been close at all. So if they can just put this team to the gridiron early, have them earn everything from scrap time to S&D rounds, they know they can feel confident walking in with a win in this one.
Well, we'll see. Great start from Proto and Ghosty in the first hard point. 17 seconds. You know, nothing significant, but at least you were able to find yourself an opportunity to lock down the correct side of the map. The left side is what you want. But just, of course, as I start to give them credit, it's Jimbo who makes his way through stables, and that will actually open up some contests to happen for the spawns, as well as onto the hard point. Good trades coming back and forth, whatever it takes, still with numbers. And actually, as the spawns never really fully got in play for Jimbo, he just has to sit here and play his life. And actually, how about it? He will play his life 3 in a row. Jimbo doing a heck of a job here for Team Raw to stay contesting.
Absolutely, and more of the battle has been on this top right side of the map versus the bottom left is what you generally get out of P2, so no one getting any clean time here, but the scrap time is going to go the way of Team Raw, and that should put them here within the lead, give or take a couple of points as we make this rotation over to P3, maybe one last battle coming in out of player 5 and Brack for some scrap time. It's going to be lost, and again, with neither team with early control, it's going to be a tied game as we rotate over to P3. Control looking up in the air for either squad.
It's all about just those backside contests. Both teams, we've seen the effort, the energy about playing for spawns. Very good, very controlled. For whatever it takes, They're even finding more time here on Grannies, but here comes the attack around the back. Team Raw putting some pressure on Spawn. That opens up a little bit of space now for Jimbo to move forward. Gets the opening elimination as he does try to at least alleviate some of this, what has been a really continual amount of time for whatever it takes on these hard points. And really, it almost feels like Jimbo's the only one doing too much on the objective right now. He's been able to at least kind of get some time in, but more importantly, just his focus on the break has been pretty solid. The problem is there isn't been enough follow-up.
Not enough follow-up from the teammates, and again, like you said, that left whatever it takes with most of this P3 time, which is something pretty substantial coming out of Grannies. They're going to walk away here with now a 30 to 40 point lead, rotating over to P4, maybe a couple more jabs coming in for scrap time on the side of Team Raw, but even with that, the left-hand side of the spawns coming in for whatever it takes, so they are going to be here on the rotation for P4, looking to grow this lead, and it needs to be a more collective and forefronted effort from the side of Team Raw to get a break and get good time secured.
Just need a full team effort for sure, because it really does feel like pieces of the puzzle are coming together, but we're unclear about what the picture is supposed to be in the end. Venom up top, Jimbo down low, both finding eliminations. One more. It's Proto sitting on the staircase. He gets figured out by Venom, and he gets the third. Able to track out Brack, looking for number 4. It's Jimbo who finishes the kill, so streaks still a part of the equation. But naturally, I keep talking about these streaks that are coming through, or at least the attempt for it, and Venom gets taken away before he's able to earn. So 48-71, whatever it takes, still trying to claw their way in to hold on to this hard point, and they've got spawns to try to reinforce, but it's Ghosty inside the hill. He's 15-7, 3 in a row. Whatever it takes, we'll use that as an opportunity to overwhelm and hopefully be able to lock down this scrap time.
And if you're Team Raw, I would just let this go. You haven't been able to get any kind of firm positioning on the map to get a good hill hold. So maybe, yeah, you give up 10 seconds of scrap time, but maybe that gets you an opening 25 here on this P5. And that's something we can see Team Raw take over here, get the positions you need to, and win these crucial gun fights. But just like I say that, player 7 in the back is about to make things problematic.
We're just cursing ourselves the entire way through this map so far, Cash. It's all that's happening. Every time we start to see a play start to unfold, it looks like it's going to be good. One player kind of makes us look a little silly. Maybe Brack could do the same here. Backside, over through the swamp areas, able to at least find one elimination, gets traded by a nade. Whatever it takes, still with the favored spawns, but that influence starting to change just a touch as Venom was trying to make a play around the back. But it's just, you mentioned it. As we were rotating from, the scrap time at 4 going into this final hard point, it just feels like Team Raw have not been in a convincing position at any stretch, really, through this first rotation of hills.
Definitely, and you say that about Team Raw, but it's only a 30-point lead, 40-point lead maybe for whatever it takes. So more so the story for me is the game clock. With the first set of rotations not even being completed, we still have 2 minutes taken off the game clock already. So that's definitely going to be something to keep an eye on as we progress in this game. Neither team really getting substantial amounts of hill time. So really, as much as Team Raw haven't had map position, maybe that's a win for them going into this P1 because they get a chance to get footing here on this next time around.
Well, we'll see. Team Raw trying to make a play from the south side of the map. Good eliminations will force Ghosty to consider this flank by Venom, but it's kind of a war on multiple fronts. And Ghosty from gate finds another elimination. Paul trying to find the trade, moves forward. Ghosty's done so well. Oh my goodness, Ghosty for another one through the gatehouse. Goodness me, he's 23-13, but his ability to focus on the flank, also on the hard point. Oh, by the way, here's that guy that's supposed to be getting the trade. Unbelievable showcase from Ghosty here early in this hard point.
Definitely wanted to see a more balanced effort from whatever it takes, as well as Zinx has kind of carried them through these series. So seeing Ghosty step up and do more than hold his own from last night the way that we have is definitely good signs for whatever's take, as they're now having their lead crunched down a little bit. Still 30 points. That's kind of been what it has for the last several hills. Team Raw just looking to get anything they can, and maybe here with player 2 getting the kill in the back, turning the heads of whatever it takes. There's going to be some attention pulled. A battle going to go down here in Barn.
Proto again picks it up. It's just as soon as there's a threat starting to be established by Team Raw, whatever it takes is so quick to pick up exactly the areas that are under threat. Venom now from the side door only gets one. The trade is good. Whatever it takes, still spawning in. Team Raw trying to amount a hit from the front, and they will find all 4 down. Now an opportunity maybe to start getting some influence over this back 30 seconds and get us back to even, which again it seems surprising the score is even this close, because at whatever it takes, this feels like they are playing the map more correctly, but the slaying prowess of Team Raw starting to wake up, and they bring the game back within 20 points.
Game's within 20 points, and for now, Team Raw have this rotation. These players, for whatever it takes, going to be spawning way deep left as player 4 is pressed up here, holding this P2 from the front. So maybe for the first time in this game, we can see Team Raw in position to hold this down, hold down the spawns, and now have a chance to hold off a fair break from whatever it takes. And now see a lead change as we go into this P3. So the play is going to be coming in from the Zig in mid part of the map. gunfight's going to be taken here in this Granny's house.
Ghosty playing on one angle, makes safe the player watching the cross. Now the fight from the front. Ghosty again on the way in with Brack. One more to deal with. It's Jimbo. Trade not going to be there. Jimbo goes prone and gets the double. Eventually traded, but has he done enough to allow Team Raw to come back in and re-break this hill on their first attempt? Sir seems to be, as Paul able to find one, and Venom gets a triple of his own. Team Raw a chance to take their first lead.
This is the mid-game adjustment that I wanted to see from them in the second set of rotations. Is if you get broken early, can you get your team enough time bot, get back in and start to make a contest happen? That's exactly what they did. Now, whatever it takes, making a late break and trying to still keep things close as this lead is dwindling down to now within 10 points. Team Raw, they're doing exactly what they need to, not only around the map, but in the kill feed to start to secure some points and start to take this lead. Now, the rotation over the P4 here, it's going to be the way of whatever it takes, but these players are so close now having the scrap time control that it's going to be a bloodbath here early. Team Raw going to try to make another early break.
And the thing about this is you've been able to earn a couple of score streaks throughout the last 2 hard points if you're Team Raw. The question will be, when do you use them?
Yeah.
You figure that coming up for River, that would probably be the best opportunity to get the eliminations with those streaks. As they do try to rake on forward, stuns and nades start to litter the hard point. Zinx holding down the mid-cross, gets a double, allows his team to make a play forward, but Venom, Gravity staying alive, at least for as long as humanly possible. Good finesse from Venom to get out of dodge and then try to come back towards the fight. Gives his team a chance, but an unfortunate team kill will mean the numbers for whatever it takes just still a touch better. 20 seconds to play for. One more break attempt potentially on the cards, but Ghosty, Brack shutting it down before it really can even happen. Jimbo trying to give it a whirl, but it's just not going to end up. Ghosty, the last 1v1, makes it for whatever it takes. A chance for them to start looking on rotation as they still enjoy 20-point lead.
And these spawns did flip for whatever it takes. Now on the right-hand side of the map, it's something that Team Raw has to be aware of. This is the exact thing that happened the last time around on P5, which they didn't end up getting much time on. Whatever it takes, still taking a bit of that time away. So the gunfights were lost on that lower right side. No one left up for Team Raw to make the play, but we're going to see a streak come in. This could break this hill open and afford Team Raw the break they need to really start to close this lead and get across that 200-point mark.
There are the raining down glide bombs. Jimbo actually does catch Sync, so it's just Proto last one last alive here for whatever it takes, playing just outside the hill. Ghosty off the respawn. Good first elimination. Jimbo looking to transfer for the double, but it's Ghosty who again gets the better on 38-26 for the young man. First year competitively playing in Challengers, and boy has he definitely awoken and not even done at the moment. Gives Paul even a little bit of a workout, even though Ghosty was only on 2 HP. But with that, the break and the scrap time will be secured. Jimbo trying to keep Team Raw in it at 37-28. It really is the Jimbo versus Ghosty show, it feels like.
Absolutely. And now less than 60 seconds left on the game clock. So as we start to make this rotation over to this really scrappy contest-heavy P1 and also P2, as we've seen as it's come around, something still to keep an eye on as that is now dwindling. It's going to be whatever it takes in control here early. Team Raw just trying to work their way through mid-map and make something happen. Player 5 in Brack have this top side of map secured, trying not to let these right spawns go, but Ghosty and Co have been doing a wonderful job handling the bottom side of the map, not letting these players slip through on the flank while keeping an eye, like you had mentioned, on this mid-map. They've done a wonderful job at that, which is affording them great P1 time and P2 spawns for where they can. But just as I say that, players have now slipped through for Team Raw. It's going to be huge gunfights in the back to dictate possibly this game and the momentum for Team Raw.
Now we're starting to run out of time. 40 seconds on the clock. Whatever it takes. Have a lot of win conditions in front of them as Proto gets onto a killing spree. Another tool earned for whatever it takes to try to put this map away. Team Raw working their way in towards Barn. Second hard point about to open, but not a lot of time here. 25 seconds on the game clock. Brack able to stay alive, backside tank. Ghosty throwing out the glide bomb. That's great information on where a lot of this hit is coming from. Tries to throw that to the side door. Not going to make a difference. It's Zinx who locks up the barn completely. Gravity working around the back, but the problem is there's not a lot of time here. You're down 50 points or so at the moment, and with only 22 seconds on the clock, you've got to be perfect, and there's not even a slight instance of it. You even got Zinx, who spawns kind of out and now has a natural pinch on the play coming from the front door, and whatever it takes, another 4-man feed. If they want to, they could just step off the hard point and win here with some comfort, but why not just play for the 250, especially with Ghosty continuing to go streak after streak. The young man, the 18-year-old, he's dropped 50 kills in his first ever elite stage. Somebody put a leash on him. Ghosty's gone crazy.
He must be a ghost on the map because he is unable to be found by any of these Team Raw players. 50 kills, you don't see that too often, especially on Bocage. one where maybe it's more possible, but that's super impressive out of Ghosty to step up in the way that he has here. And this one will get pushed over to a P3, but with the time being the factor, I don't know that that's a difference maker. It's going to have to be perfect from T-Raw. And yeah, they're in position to get the hold, but whatever it takes is one of the collapse. They've done just that and cleared these players out to really no fight or response from T-Raw to go. So now with 2 seconds left, they'll close out this map 1 behind the ever so important effort of Ghosty leading the charge for the team. That's going to be a good one to take.
Dan Ghosty, if you're hearing me, if you're rewatching this back, or if you happen to be tuning into the stream, go back and clip every single kill that you just found on the map and turn it into your own personal montage, my friend, because that was an unbelievable display. 50 and 34, and even with the play of the round, you saw it highlighting Jimbo's incredible multi-kills. He found multiple after multiple. It just did not matter. He couldn't even keep up with Ghosty. Kids coming different. And I'll say this much for Zinx & Co. finding Ghosty and giving him a chance. Maybe this team absolutely is for real. You know, we had questions. You know, they're coming off of a series yesterday where, like we mentioned, their hardpoint wins were narrow. Their hardpoint losses were steep. Would this be a true test to evaluate this team? And I think looking over that scoreboard and looking at the pressure that Ghosty was able to provide, yeah, I think they're for real.
Definitely. The more and more that we get to see them play, the more and more that's just confirmed in our minds. And again, just a stat line, you can't get over how impressive Ghosty's performance was there. And Jimbo putting up 42 and 37 is still not a bad effort, but like you said, not enough for Team Raw to get things done. 26 untraded kills for Jimbo and 34 for Ghosty. Like you said, every kill there was a montage. It seemed like 2 or 3 pieces in every hill were going down. So yeah, the more I see of this whatever it takes teams, the more impressed I become, because they've absolutely solidified themselves now as a team that, hey, we're here to contend. And yeah, maybe some closer matches were had last night, but we're making that overnight correction and we're looking to rectify that here. And that's what they're started off with.
Unbelievable stuff. And now we go over to the Berlin Search and Destroy. I think we can take the time here to kind of also talk about the fact that as good as this whatever it takes team has showcased itself over the last 2 days, Search and Destroy has been a major bonus point for Team Raw. They've been great in their searches, and really outside of the one loss that they suffered yesterday, the 2 map wins they came off of, they dominated. They looked absolutely incredible. So would there be an opportunity here to bounce back, get to a 1-1 count quickly? Because Berlin is a map overall that you look at and you say, all right, Team Raw, you've got an opportunity to showcase some experience. You played this map in both of the series you had yesterday. Can you find corrections that you need to be able to recover off of in the 1 map loss, which was on this map against Texas Nation yesterday? That's kind of the hope, and what we're, I think, at least for our eye test, is mostly focused on.
Absolutely. And I'll even take it one step further. We know this Team Raw team loves Gavitu, and we get a double dose of that in maps 3 and 4. So if you can draw the series up 1-1, wonderful. And then you're looking to your favorite map and the next 2 modes that are respawn. And that's something where they could really run away with this. So if you are whatever it takes, a great map 1, but you don't want to let off the gas here, because if you give this Team Raw team any life, it's going to spell devastation, because they're looking into their next 3 most solid maps and modes.
We'll take a look over again. We've got multiple matches going on at the same time. Of course, the main broadcast you can find at youtube.com/COD Challengers. But here, even though our focus match will be with Team Raw and whatever it takes, we'll do what we can to give you guys some look-ins. And this one is Texas Nation and Bear Claw. Bear Claw, oh man, between Bear Claw and Villains both, it's a big day for them. They need to find a win somewhere in one of their 2 series. And obviously, as we tune in to the opening map on Tuscan, not great news here early for Bear Claw as they find themselves down about double the points.
Brezzy locking things down on that bottom side of the map, just not letting players come through that P5, but some crazy spawns going to come in, and Bear Claw's going to get really fortunate spawns, and that's going to allow them to completely squad wipe on P4. I'm shocked at how closely they spawned up to that P4 side on the right side, but oh well, Texas Nation just going to have to look to break in here. They still have a chance to make this one nearly a win off of this hill. It's just going to be a matter of a collective break, which they're looking to have. The player 7 to the back. This U hit is going to be ever so important, and that pinch worked out. Now in a 3-for-2 situation, Bear Claw are still in control of this P4.
Good stuff for now, but you have to scramble to get back. You need to fight for this scrap time. You cannot allow Texas Nation just to get this for free. It'll put them super close to being able to win the map, and well, Radio Mochila, first handful of kills will essentially allow them to lock down this time, but look at the rotation. Long route hitting from Texas Nation, and Bear Claw, they should be able to at least read this in some kind. Noisy good for a first by the rooftops as we watch Mochila come out through church to make sure the mid-map stays safe. But maybe easier said than done. Texas Nation, 3 straight kills. Just need to find one more player lurking that was Radial, and Havoc will be able to sneak him out. Now an opportunity with 45 seconds to play here for Texas Nation to potentially win the game on this hill.
They have the potential, and they got the clearance that they need. So now there's really time for one last hit coming up here from this platform side. It's going to be a 3-hit here. One player trying to lock down mid. This is where Texas Nation are anticipating the hit from, and these players aren't even getting close enough to the point to make something happen, as we're going to see Jordan General pop out and chow these players and clear them off. So now within 9 seconds, if they can just flood these players, that should be the end of it. With this potential 4-hit, it could be big for Bearclaw.
Numbers will get there. At least extend the map a little while longer. But Texas Nation, they're going to commit off their spawns and just winning the game right here. Nade spam is good. Got a 3v2 potentially for the win, but it has to come through and come through quickly. 4 seconds on the clock. No longer can Texas Nation win, and they really banked that this was going to be the case. All 4 members are still here at the 5th hardpoint. A bit risky, to say the least. Bearclaw's going to have numbers plus the setup that they want. It just comes down to, do you win this upcoming set of gunfights to potentially see this map extended even further past this point? Kismet going to call the strafing run to open up a little bit of space. First 2 kills are good. Noisy needs to get the double. Tries to reach out into Brezzy, but he gets bested, and that very well may be it. Last 2 players are Bearclaw to try to touch a Radial and Mochila, and well, both will likely fall, and they do. Texas Nation will strike first here in map number 1.
Still a decent effort had out of Bearclaw to really give that P5 its last good look, and unfortunately they fall to Texas Nation in that map 1. But yeah, like you said, a must-win for them tonight if they really want to prove that there's someone who can hang with the top 4.
We swap back over to our featured match, Team Raw, and whatever it takes, search and destroying the Berlin as we had framed up. Team Raw had been really good on the search yesterday. A lot of reps on this map as well. And now Gravity for the 1v2. One more to find, but not going to get there in time. Bomb gets defused, and whatever it takes, we'll take the opener.
Good opening round to have, especially on the defense with the bomb defused. I do love, though, on Berlin, the quick offensive plans. It's just any way you can get the clock advantage in your favor. I love whenever teams are able to get to the site, get it secured, and get the bomb down. And just even if there aren't any first blood exchanges had yet, trusting the fact that, hey, we've got the clock in our favor now. We can sit back, get to our positions, and force the game to come to us. So whatever it takes, do capitalize on that defense. But love the quick bomb plant play out of Team Raw.
This time, whatever it takes. Looks like they're taking kind of a playbook page out of your call, looking to get aggressive towards B, but there are 2 players watching mid-map. If they can find a way on, you can kind of see by where Proto is positioned alongside Brack that they are looking for mid-crosses. Proto for first blood, but that's denied as Jimbo will immediately get the trade. And the bomb is still kind of lurking in towards mailroom. No commitment as of yet in the 3v3.
Possibly just waiting for a little more insight. Trying to look around and get any eyes on players here to get complete clearance for this site. Ghosty now going to chuck out the last of his tags, and Brack on this tank definitely going to have information on Jimbo. Connects with everything but the kill, essentially, as Gravity's going to pop out and try to get that one as well. No one falling yet, but now that they know this bomb's here, they're going to try to collapse and make a play.
Venom for 1. Tries to come around the backside corner and somehow wins the second. I mean, that was half a clip worth of shots going into him. A lot of it missing, and oh boy, Brack gets him down to 1 bullet, but it doesn't make a difference. Venom with a little turn, jump, pop, and stop. That'll be good for the double and the round.
Back-to-back defenses 1. Whatever it takes, opting to not get the bomb down there in that one and try to play around information. Ended up biting him because most of the information was given up, but now Team Raw on this offense. Gravity on 3. Just going to try to play this heavy power position and try to get any kind of picks to feed into those streaks. Streaks on Berlin can absolutely give you a hand here, but now information by Venom going to be relayed that this bomb and these defensive efforts now working B.
If that's a aggressive defensive setup for whatever it takes, a double hit through docks. Ghosty trying to get away from Paul mid-map, unable to do so. But what do you do with no bomb in hand here in this 3v3? That bomb was trying to make its way over towards the B side, and as that kill from Paul comes in, it's now all of a sudden down to Jimbo and Gravity to try to make something work.
I was going to say you try to find another pick, and then unfortunately that doesn't work out, so now you find yourself in that 2v3 situation. Now, Gravity does have bomb, and Jimbo is able to get a pick, so that kind of levels the playing field. But I say that, these trades go back and forth. These players know bomb is down here, and now it's just a matter of time. You know Jimbo's got to make a play on it. They haven't isolated the 2 1v1s, but Jimbo still somehow makes it happen. 27 seconds left. Just has to get a kill. You know this player's back there. With Proto having the advantage of being able to run and play the clock, Jimbo might be in a bind.
Proto resetting the angle. Should be able to see Jimbo cross. Yeah, absolutely has, but maybe too much space given. Jimbo's going to be allowed to pick this up, and there's just enough time to plant. Proto on the run, trying to catch Jimbo before he can get the bomb down. Will he get here in time? But Jimbo, he gets it planted. Extra 45 seconds, and now the reset. Proto with the stun. Does not connect Jimbo on the way out, but it's the pistol whip from Proto. Locks down the headshot. It got a little dicey, though, Cash. I'm chewing fingernails right now, but whatever it takes, they do hold off the 1v2, and they go up 2-1 of their own.
Trigger discipline to that extent can definitely make you a bit nervous. Definitely allowing Jimbo to get the bomb down made that a little bit closer than it needed to be, but Proto not worried at all. Trusting the sidearm in that situation, able to get plenty of time on the defuse as well. So that's going to give whatever it takes to lead in this map 2-1. It's all been on the defensive side, so no offensives yet, and perhaps that could be the tale of this Berlin, who can take an offense off of the other team, start to get momentum shifted in that way.
Well, we've had a couple of fun first 3 rounds, though, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
Proto looking to get aggressive topside mailroom. Wants an angle through the front windows. Jimbo playing close inside the bomb to defend. Gravity from fire. Doesn't really have an angle at too much right now. He's going to try to help down low. It's a risky position to be in. Of course, you can watch players cross out of mail, but outside of that, you're kind of empty from info.
Like you'd mentioned, there's just not a lot there, so we're going to see Gravity potentially look to reposition again. Proto with the sniper. Gets tagged up and still gets the shot off. Paul X hurting after that one. Wonderful way to open up this round. If you're Team Raw and know where the teammates are, going to make the rotation over, try to control this A site.
I love this call, too. You know you got that kill on the player crossing back to defend A. The problem is there are still a couple of defenders here, including Venom, who's hit a bit of a pinch. Venom for 2! Oh, my! 17 HP! And I don't even call it a dream anymore because he's making it come to reality. 2 more players to find, both of them right on top of the A site. But with Ghosty still an opportunity to plant the bomb, he'll make a play through the side room. Venom's going to wait for either help or the confirmation that the bomb is planted. Maybe here's the sound cue, and that's going to be enough for him to go. Venom looking for the third, capitalizes, leaving Brack for now a 1v2. With the bomb planted, maybe an opportunity to isolate, but Jimbo will track him down before any antics can occur. And the incredible play from Venom will amount to a 2-2 tie.
The 2 pieces he's been able to get on their defensive rounds have led to 2-round wins. So Venom at 6-3 right now, playing really well for the squad. Tied up 2-2 once again. Waiting to see a successful offensive round. The defensive retakes have just been too strong from either squad. Jimbo with the SMG in hand, once again seeing that flexibility coming out on Berlin, being able to go from the Automaton to the MP40. Really impressive and really crucial to have a player like that successful in that role. So whatever it takes. So now their turn on defense once again. Can they hold off, or do Team Raw finally get one?
Venom is really having his way in these first 4 rounds, 6-3. Heck of a start. Proto trying to do the same, trying to match him at 5-3. Good information here from Paul. Does see Brack, at least you would think. That means you cannot contest this quickly if you're Brack. You've got to pan off. But wait a second, Proto's coming to help. And I was going to say, Paul can still watch this angle. Proto down to 9 HP. I don't know how he survives with that barrel exploding right next to him, but he does nonetheless. Bomb cannot be planted. Nade cooked. That does touch on to Venom, but they're not going to try to follow up. Too much pressure already established for Team Raw, so the bomb will be planted. Venom trying to check to see what's going on over towards the dock side, and he again sees the info, backs away to survive, and now a post-plant setup for Team Raw.
They get the first pick. That's going to make this retake that much easier, as they already have 2 players in this site. We'll see if maybe one does opt to stick. They're just trying to play for a little bit of intel. They know someone like Tom Gravity has to be back here, and position's now given away if you are Tom Gravity. Once again, neither player opting to stick this defuse, trying to get some more kills, but as they're waiting, the kills are going to go the way of Team Raw. Now Zing's left in a 1v2 now, or 1v3, 1v2 situation now. The collapse was coming in once that intel was given, and there was nowhere to go. So maybe there you're thinking they had the time to stick that, possibly sneak that little defuse out, but kills didn't work out, and Team Raw keep their composure. And finally, we see an offensive round go someone's way.
Yeah, and I kind of like the fact that even though the first blood comes through, it does not influence or change the mentality around what the round was structured to be for Team Raw. It's all about getting the bomb planted and then holding post-plant positions. And really, again, the fact that they were able to finesse, stay alive, talking about Venom in particular, to stay alive after the bomb had gotten planted, get out of there, hold his life for a little while longer. It gives a chance for players like Gravity to really lock down those lanes. So great finesse game from Venom, allowing a chance for the 3v4 to come through. And now a more traditional start. It's Gravity. First blood from the side door. Good for the defense. 4v3. More shots tagged by Jimbo, but he cannot finish his kill. Brack will also third utility to make sure his teammate can stay alive.
Ghosty with the bomb. A little bit more towards this B side, but maybe just playing for this cross information, and that's going to be costly because now you have the bomb down mid-map. Jimbo picks up another kill, and if you're whatever it takes, these players are just going to start flying at you. And just like that, the round slips away. So it was playing for information on the cross. Spells devastation. That's going to be a 2-round advantage now for Team Raw.
Look, don't call me a negative Nancy here, Cash, but we have to mention the fact that Ghosty drops 50 in the Bacage Search and Destroy.
Oh,
He's on agency watch right now through 6 rounds. So not exactly what you would call a consistent performance for the moment. Needs to get on the board here, you feel like, if whatever it takes wants to keep this level.
Definitely, that's the player you're waiting on to wake up and start to turn things around. Of course, we know Ghosty can do it. Ghosty can take over at any moment, but it's a matter of when is he going to strike, not if. In this round, there's going to be some hot action here on this A site.
All first blood onto Zinx. Aggressive through statue and now through fire. Wants to cut off rotators defensively from the B site, but doesn't actually fully look over towards B. I think you could probably catch the curiosity in my voice. A bit puzzling to see, and even behind that, Venom tried to sneak a plant. That's not going to be allowed. Ghosty does find his first kill, also able to get the kill and get away, allowing a chance for Brack to punish for the elimination. Last one left is Jimbo. He does earn streaks. That's actually really positive news considering the current scoreline in this map. But this would be a very difficult 1v3 to finish off. Still 2 more defenders, and they know where the bomb is.
And they're just playing for the trade with one another. I love seeing teams play together and not try to take one-off gunfights, because if you isolate 1v1s, that just makes it harder for the team with a life advantage. So I love how they're just playing together. There's no reason to go out, try to do some nonsense. They want to take a round, bring this back within 1, and with them playing the angles that they are back-to-back, this should all but be the round win.
Yeah, Jimbo, no need to truly go for this, you feel like. Still an opportunity to play for the strafing run, so hold your life. Run away with the streaks. Wait, he's picked up the bomb. I totally missed that.
I totally missed that as well. I thought bomb was still down on A.
Shut up, mini-map blocker. So, okay, Jimbo gets the bomb picked up and planted. He could possibly still work this clutch. Ghost is going to be the first one forward. Brack, you saw for a moment, was kind of watching over the top, and now they'll hit together. Stun does not connect onto Jimbo. Playing this one from just the open door side. A lot of trust that that's going to be the timing. Now checking the window. Here's the first contestant. Shots go through, but it's Brack that's able to finish things off. Ghosty was low, but it does not make a difference. Whatever it takes, still have plenty of time to defuse.
Glide bomb still available for Jimbo, so like you said, that still will definitely play a factor. That's whatever it takes to bring it within 1, a big round to win instead of going down 5-2. But yeah, Jimbo did have the bomb and got it down, unbeknownst to us. And so the 2v1 played that well, played the bait and switch, and got that round to win. And if you're Team Raw, keep chipping away and working at it. Again, it's really balanced effort from them. No crazy flashy stat lines. Jimbo at 8-3 and Venom at 7-6 now. But Ghosty finally woke up that round, and that did make the difference for them there.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Even though it is just the one elimination, it was a big one. Plus, he also kind of forfeited his body there for a while to make sure that final kill came through. So, impact beyond just the KD. Still some work to be done, though. Not a lot of time to play with. You're going to have to go back-to-back rounds at some point, and I think whatever it takes fans are saying, let's do that now rather than later. Stun check for Jimbo does actually get a lot of read that, okay, this is going to be a hit over towards the B site, but are they going to recognize how far forward Proto is? Well, now they have. Glide bomb gets called in. That will finish off Ghosty, but he's done his job. He gets the bomb planted, and it's now down to the post-plant hold for whatever it takes. Gravity doing a little bit of restructuring to this window, as Zinx does trade things off 3v3. They know Proto's sitting somewhere bottom mail, by the way. That glide bomb scouted him out. Jimbo looking for the hunt and will find the kill. Now it's down to trying to clear out the rest of this building. Zinx is creating a bit more space. This space means time, and time is good, especially with Brack finding a kill behind the play. Zinx actually could re-wrap over. Watch this cross from mail. Still doable here for whatever it takes, even though Brack falls. Do they get a read on where Zinx is positioned? Zinx making the play forward, just needs to catch the diffuser, and he's going to secure the round no matter what happens with the final kill. Why not just go ahead and tally that one as well? Whatever it takes, back-to-back rounds, we're tied up at 4.
creating distance there in that mid-map was a wonderful play from Zings. Just heads up to get around these players, and Brack stayed alive, just picked off a kill, and then stayed alive just long enough to say, I got this pension on the building. Let me get this diffuser, and that's the round. That's exactly what went down. So really big heads-up play from Zings on 3 from that round alone. So if you can get your first blood, get away with your life, that could still spell streaks for this late game and whatever it takes. And with it being at 4-4, this is really up in the air. It's just been wonderful plays from either side, trading blows offensively and defensively. Gravity going to look to get info in the pick here on this B side early.
Just to survive through that glide bomb, by the way, is massive for whatever it takes to bring this literally down to level playing field. First blood for Brack. Venom still sticking. Gets the plant off. And even behind that, Jimbo, one more. Venom, gunfight. No, actually, just backs away. Brack has influence enough to allow Jimbo to come forward. He actually wanted the pistol to take down Ghosty as well, but the trade will be there, giving us a 2v2. Zings and Ghosty trying to work the retake. They got to worry about Gravity at range, and Venom is still being a pest inside the site. Although Ghosty will find that getaway. Maybe create some space for Zinx to take the chase down. Uh-oh, Zinx is going to get there and find the kill. And that will mean team whatever it takes. They'll put themselves on map point. That's 3 rounds in a row.
Team Raw have been essentially silenced. Staying at round 4 for the longest time is, as you had just mentioned, whatever it takes, take 3 in a row to get a match point. This could put them up 2-0 in the series, and this would be huge if you are whatever it takes to go up 2-0 against a team like Team Raw, whose S&D has been so good, especially on Berlin. This is just massive wind in the sails, and they need to ride this one out through this round to get the win. Team Raw just need to get that composure, play their game, do what they know they can find success in, and walk out with the win here. Fortunately, you're on defense, so you do have a decent round and chance to take it at that. But whatever it takes, man, they're starting to, you can just kind of feel the energy, right? They're just starting to build up. This win would be huge.
Jimbo going to get aggressive. Backside B. This is a lot of information. Well, this is a ton of information. Jimbo's going to be able to foil an entire post plan. He doesn't have to do anything else from this point. He can just stay there if he wants to. He'll have a flank to A, or he can deny the post plan over towards B. He's in a great spot. Proto sees Paul X up top. Does he get an opportunity to maybe pull the trigger on this scope? Answer so far, no. And how about Jimbo? He does continue to push around the back, finds the kill onto Proto, and now he's in a really bad spot when it comes to whatever it takes, because he can just do this, play around with different headies, and make sure that you're never feeling comfortable. An important trade from Ghosty, but not a lot of time, and you still have a 2v3 where you need to re-clear any of these 2 bomb sites. You have no information on where the position is on the defense for either of these 2 spikes. Or spots. I've got too much Valor.
We're going to see the bomb work over this A site, and perhaps that does catch the players of Team Raw off guard. Maybe they're anticipating a potential B hit, but there is still one player close by, playing for maybe some audio cues or information nonetheless. But if Brack can get the kill here, which he does not, that should allow for the bomb plant, and now that makes things a little more interesting as the bomb is going to finally go down here. A 3v2 retake for Team Raw.
Venom from the front, the other 2 for Team Raw from the backside. Paul tagged up. Venom through the smoke, though. Gets 1 elimination. The pistol locked in for Brack. Resets his position and also reloads the mag. 2 more players to deal with. This will be a 1v3 for Brack! 1v1 now! Pistol in hand! Backs away. Paul. Done the same. He gets back over towards lobby. And they're full reset. He's going to wrap back through the train station. Does he have time to make this play? He's got to go through doors. Brack, though, he's not hurt this. The shots come through, and there's just enough time. Paul secures the final 1v1, and we'll go to a round 11.
The S&D ice that we were talking about rears its head here. Paul X with just enough time makes the correct corner read, gets the kill, and gets the defuse. Great play out of Paul to send us to a round 11 here and clutch up for the team.
Thought for a second Brack was just going to do it to him in 3 straight kills.
Man, I really thought if that was Brack's best chance, I'll be honest, with that close-up fight where all 3 of them were there.
Maybe a bullet away from the 1v3, so now it has to be around 11. And I say that with more influence towards Team Raw because, as you had mentioned from a couple of rounds ago, imagine whatever it takes goes up 2-0. Both teams boast a flawless control record at the moment. First blood, though, for Jimbo. Zinx looking to get forward here. Oh, they have to be careful. Yeah, Gravity. Wallbang. Gets the kill onto Brack, but Zinx is still in the back line. Gravity trying to chase him down, gets the double plus a little extra afterwards. And it's up to Ghosty. stuck mid-map. You have to kind of appreciate the effort for whatever it takes. Do something different. Take a chance at round 11. But Team Raw, finding the first 2 eliminations, will not allow any antics to occur. They take map 2.
Really great composure from them the last 2 rounds to take care of business. As simple as that. They knew what they needed to go out and do on those back-to-back rounds and did just that. Behind, once again, Jimbo leading the squad in the slaying at 15-6. A wonderful search and destroy. The way that he was able to move around the map, get information relayed to the team, especially in those last 2 rounds that they came back. Like you'd mentioned, he didn't have to push up on that flank. He could have sat there and played their post plant and denied that, or made the quick rotation to A instead. Ops gets a couple of kills and just spells trouble for whatever it takes. So Jimbo definitely standing out tonight for me.
We've got a great series right here. You can feel like this match has like literally limitless potential when it comes to pop off moments. The thing about it is, as we look over the statistics, we're starting to see kind of why this Team Raw team has been so good when it comes to their search and destroy. And granted, for a couple of rounds, in specific 3 in a row, it started to look a little dicey. But you look at the non-traded kills that come through, the first blood margin definitely favoring Team Raw. It took heroics from whatever it takes to continue to stay in this map, which is why we were talking about this search and destroy for Team Raw has been kind of a linchpin for success for them, not just in individual series, but in particular, you look back at their qualifier run to the lower bracket, they had to ice up map 5s time and time again, and the same thing that we kind of framed up for this team at the beginning of the series. Hey, they had to do it yesterday as well with the clutch reverse sweep that they pulled versus Texas Nation. So I don't know. It's an interesting storyline one way or the other. You know, obviously it's a little unfortunate that Ghosty couldn't get things going until round 7, but here's the other interesting news as we kind of turn that storyline into the longevity. Team Raw don't just have great search and destroy. They're also a very good Gavudu player team as well. They've showcased that through yesterday. They've played it the most out of any other team in North America, and we've got that for both the Control and the Hardpoint coming up.
Yeah, that sets Team Raw up really well to be in a position to close this series out here in the next 2 maps. And whatever it takes, we're going to need to see what I think, just looking at, we talked about how impressive that first map win right behind Ghosty was. And then you look at map 2, it was led by Brack, even though it was a round 11 loss. Brack carried the team in the slaying there. So what I'm seeing from this whatever it takes team is that it's really one, and even last night with Zinx, it's been one player that has been popping off and carrying the team at times. Would you agree that they're going to need to have a more balanced effort like we're seeing from Team Raw if they want to keep their series hopes alive and have the potential to push this to a game 5?
Absolutely. I think the biggest thing is you've got to find a way to steal something somewhere. And I think if you're going to look for an instance to do that, I do look at this control first and foremost, just to kind of frame up this map number 3 in immediacy. The thing that I'm curious about, though, kind of looking at particular players to kind of build off your storyline is, who is going to be the player to potentially get them going on this control?
Yeah.
Because we saw, of course, special moments from Ghosty on the Bakaj hardpoint number 1. But that's on Bakaj. Can he do that here on Gavudu? That's going to be, I think, the biggest question for me. Because otherwise, I think you're turning to Zinx, who was the big kind of carry yesterday. He popped off 1.75 KD in control specifically. I think those are kind of my 2 players to watch out for. One from the perspective of, can Zinx just do what he did yesterday all over again? And then on the other side, can Ghosty maybe have a repeat performance of what he was able to do during Bakaj? We don't expect 50 kills here on this map, but can he find good value with that SMG pending he pulls it out here for this map 3?
Yeah, last night, like you had mentioned, it was Zinx with the 1.75 and Ghosty held his own. And now we've seen today that Ghosty is doing that and then some, especially in the respawn. So if we can get that elevated effort from Ghosty, that could be enough to push this team over the edge to take this control off of Team Raw, who have found so much success on Gavudu.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out. We expect this to be an automaton heavy filled map. And so far, we're definitely going to be able to see that largely. Although, Ghosty does have the MP40 and has already made his way on towards site. Good help from his ARs above. Paul still holding on towards the docks building. Venom moving forward to try to put some contest on towards this A zone as the first tick is going to be confirmed. And kills behind us are actually looking pretty good. Brack has gotten into a very forward position. He can actually zone off the defenders pretty nicely, and as he continues to chase down kills, it's actually a 4-for-1 kill feed, and Ghosty has an opportunity here, number 2 in blue, to potentially even make a play to wrap if he wants to get over towards B early.
Such a wonderful heads-up play to get beyond the point. Like you said, zone that off and really give your team a chance to get good progress at this A. Is now that zone is now gone, and they already have 2 resources up here at this B site, putting pressure on and contesting it. They win the gunfight there, so it's 2 bodies, and now Team Raw have to start flooding up towards this quickly because with 2 players here, you've got a lot of work to do as there were players 4, whatever it takes, cutting off in the mid-map. So, yeah, they have this bottom side of the map secured, but whatever it takes is still sitting pretty comfortably up here at this top side.
And 1 tick of progress does come through off of essentially what is a solo play on the B zone. So good efficiency coming out from whatever it takes. As we mentioned, both these teams 2-0 so far in the group. So it also 2-0 on the controls. Both teams have showcased a very high understanding of the game mode here, even with only a little bit of limited gameplay time in at least full-on competitive environments. Life lead, though, is starting to be cut back just a touch. 19 playing up against 16, and the problem here now for whatever it takes, even with the life lead, is how do we get the map back as they've lost their key position top flat gun?
Yeah, and how are we going to counter for Venom, who's now working a pinch here on this backside, which will absolutely spell trouble at Ring as he picks up 2. So it's crossing that 50-yard line of the map. Once you get pinned so deep in this bottom left side and the opposing team is able to press up and get across the map, you have to find that opening to get through. And not having streaks or anything to go behind early, it's going to be hard as Paulex is just going to hold this cutoff and mow these players down.
Yeah, it's 1 streak already. He knows he's got Brack pinned behind this rock. Also assistance from Team Raw. Potentially help out if Paul even needs it. Finally, a nade will deal with him, but it comes at a very steep cost. Full streaks earned. And the life count now flips essentially on its head. Team Raw, first time to be able to comment on them having a life lead. Unfortunate team kill will continue to keep that the case, and actually with that team kill as well, Team Raw will make sure that whatever it takes are continue to be punished and really just kind of penalized by staying in their spawn.
Love how Venom is just working this bottom left corner, especially with an SMG taking these close gunfights, getting right up in the face and in the spawn of these players, and finally going to fall. But again, it's just attention that has to be turned, and you have to respect the fact that Venom is back there, so it just slows that progression towards this B zone. And now with 25 seconds left and players split on the top and bottom side of the map, it's not really going to be a collective push, and they've got to make something happen. And once again, Venom's on the pinch.
Yeah, that's not great news. Venom will even find more beyond that. Trades will be there. Just down to Proto, 1v7, casual. He does get around the back, finding 1, maybe a chance to stall the clock, but could not tally the double. So with that, a quick hit towards A was successful for whatever it takes, but Team Raw's defense comes to life in that, we'll call it quote-unquote the second half of the first round. Never really letting too much happen at B outside of that initial play.
On the defensive side, it's just a matter of, can you not let a big play happen and get the map control that you need? If you can really get that wipe on B, which is what we saw Team Raw do, they were able to progress up the map and just start to pin them back there. So it's really just minimizing the mistakes and not letting the offensive team make a big play, and they were able to do just that. Kept whatever it takes off of streaks, and now they set themselves up well to have a good hit on offense and possibly go up 2-0.
Proto? Not really sure what just happened there. But it's okay. Whatever it takes, still have the numbers to hold off this initial push from Team Raw. Only a single kill per team so far. We're already through the first 30 seconds. Puzzling to be sure. Not the normal onslaught that you expect in the opening moments. Ghosty baited by a player on ladder, eventually getting traded out by the real contestant onto the zone. But utility now coming through as whatever it takes come off the respawn. Trades are coming through, and even though there is some progress happening here on the A point, whatever it takes to have a chance to challenge, and here they come. Ziggs for 1 elimination. Last player left alive is Jimbo. He really can't stay on the point, but nothing else, nowhere else for him to go. The retake is good, and the depletion of the A progress starts to occur.
It's so hard to get this A point if you don't have that forward progression like we saw Brack take on whatever it takes offensive round. Is let your players sit and get the time that they need to end the point, but you've got to be able to advance and progress past that to hold these players off even longer, because these spawns on the defensive side are so close for whatever it takes at the moment. As Ghosty's going to take 3 and just leave 1 person in Paulex alone at this point until the reinforcements come in. But now we're starting to see the chokehold and the collapse come in. They're really starting to wrap up tight, almost in boa constrictor style, around this A site, and Team Raw can't find anything.
Even lives, though. Maybe one more chance to dig in, but you've got to find these kills in the flank. They deal with 1. The big problem is, where has Proto gone? Number 3 in blue is all the way behind this play, and he will now reveal himself, finding the kill into gravity. And like you mentioned, that boa constrictor starts to tighten its grips. As there's only a handful of seconds left, just kill the clock. Doesn't really matter about the lives. Venom has to get through to try to secure this point alongside Paul. Brack gets a nade out. It will find tags, but no kills. And all of a sudden, hold on a second, Team Raw actually have gotten here with numbers. There's the second tick of progress. The third could still be on the way. Whatever it takes, want to try to challenge this, but gravity shuts down the play through mid-map. Now you get the extra 60 seconds, and a life lead has started to occur. 2 lives the difference between Team Raw, whatever it takes. But the question is, with such limited time here, Amber, do they actually have a chance to get to B?
I'm going to say that they have maybe a couple more hits, so possibly, but again, spawning that low side, it just doesn't afford you. 20 seconds of this hike is just going to be working across the map, and that's hopefully if you don't even see any players, so they may not even have time, but for one more collective hit on this B site, as now whatever it takes, we're able to get to the positions they need to cut off at the mid-map and at this cross, and with having to clear this out, that's only chewing and eating away at the clock, so yeah, you have a life count lead, but you've got a lot of clearing out to do before you get there.
The thing about it is they're actually going to bait out the streak. Paul's going to find elimination. Team Raw want this round, and they've got an opportunity. Venom's around the back. If they can get clean kills, they can stall this. The lives could potentially come into play here. It's a 10v5. Have to take your time, just a touch if you're whatever it takes. Do your diligence, clean up the surrounding areas of the beachfront. Nades are not going to connect to the players inside. First tick of progress is gone. Only the 1 kill from Brack so far. Proto on the flank. Tallies up another. Then deep, 1 more player to get. But it's down to, can you actually get there? It's a 6v2. Zinx, massive double. Is that enough time? It looks like it should be. No one's going to respawn and get there. And Zinx's final 2 kills will barely salvage this defense.
Play it slow is what they needed to do, and that's what they did. They didn't frantically start throwing lives at the board. Being down, they had 5 lives whenever Team Raw had made that last push. So the composure from them to recognize we've got close spawns. They have a lot of progression that needs done at this B site. We can just clear out these kills as we need to and get it done. And that's what they did. So even though the streak opened up the play for Team Raw, it was the composure of whatever it takes behind Zinx and the huge double kill at the end to make sure no one could get there that gave them a responding round.
Wow. That is so clutch from Zinx. I mean, I don't know about you, Cash, but I was looking at that final 15 seconds when we were in the A zone. I was like, oh, this round's over.
Yeah, I was too, absolutely.
But this time through, whatever it takes, they have been so much more successful on cracking the code for this A zone on their initial attempt. They haven't even lost a life yet. It's been a 4-for-0 trade. Finally, the defense starting to amount some pressure, but it's marginal in nature. And they do actually get there to stop the second tick of progress before it comes to completion. A chance for Team Raw to start fighting back defensively.
Player 3 has a gunfight here with player 5. That will definitely turn heads, and it's not really going to be a problem towards that B site. Tried to make something happen and turn the attention away of these Team Raw players, but unfortunately, the numbers for whatever it takes, not even going to be able to get anything done at A for them to get clearance. So Team Raw didn't really miss anything as far as the bottom half of the map action goes, as they're still taking care of business here on A. 40 seconds left, live still even, and no one really getting clearance for Team Raw to get on this A side, as now these whatever it takes players are pushed beyond this A point and looking to repinch back on.
30 seconds to get this A zone. Clean 3 kills. Venom coming forward. Ghosty expects it, but still loses the gunfight. But can Venom stay alive? Help from Jimbo allows him an extra chance at the gunfight at Brack, and it does actually even allow behind that for Jimbo to get the even trade. Zinx has to stall the clock. Help is on the way. Defensively, though, Team Raw are just not giving this away. They still want to try to contest this. Here comes the play forward. Zinx for a double. One more up top. Gets an automaton in hand, but it's Ghosty who saves the life, and then Proto who does it once more. What a clean feed that is. Add an extra 60 seconds. We've got an 18 playing up against 14, and whatever it takes are going quick.
Brack with big kills here on the top side of the map to shut down 2 players and really secure clearance and rotation for this B side. Is now it's going to be that one-man effort at this tank. Jimbo going to try to challenge, and it's going to be a big gunfight that Jimbo is going to take, but player 3, Proto, is in the back just playing for information whenever he wants, and whenever the team's in position, has the ability to pinch and clear these players off.
Trades coming out. Paul looking to get a little bit further forward. Ghosty wants to make sure that this is a power position that whatever it takes can continue to use to build an avenue to get over towards B. Good kills coming out, and you still have Zinx deep in the back line. Look at number 4 in blue. He's all the way around the back. Ghosty moving forward. Zinx now reveals his position. It's a 13 playing up against 6. Once again, the offense looking good, but the lives, they may not be the full consideration. There's only 30 seconds left in the clock. Maybe one more chance here for Team Raw to dance into the site and potentially just bounce out whatever it takes, but they got to get through these kills quickly. 11 playing up against 4. No more respawns for Team Raw. How do you hit and break this? Venom for 1 onto Zinx was just the start. It's got to be somewhere else. Second tick of progress on the way. Streak's going to be called in. Not going to be able to find too much at the moment. It's just they're waiting. It's going to contest for now. Venom's in a spot to contest the time, but you've got to find kills.
I think Team Raw are going to try to play this the same way that whatever it takes did last round. The lives aren't your favor, so you've got to play it slow. You've got to get the necessary kills to clear these players off and let the clock do the rest. Right now, whatever it takes, only have one push left, so if these three players can hold, which one does fall, it could spell disaster for whatever it takes in a round that they should take. They may not be able to.
Brack will get on to stall the clock, laying prone behind this rock. It's a 1v7, and help is coming so quickly. Gravity around the back. It's one. No, can't finish. Whatever it takes will find the final elimination and steal away a crucial offense, putting a ton of pressure on Team Raw going into round 4.
You're playing not only on Team Raw's map, but Team Raw's mode. Though if there is a team that is going to contest them for this control title, it is going to be whatever it takes behind Zinx in his previous 1.75. And doing nothing short of that tonight at 25-18 here. Trying to carry the team over the edge to get a control win against the undefeated Team Raw. Now they're going to find themselves on a defense, which they, of course, have taken tonight. So your work's cut out for you if you're whatever it takes. Hold the positions you need, lock down the lanes, and get it done. Team Raw, we need to see a big offensive round.
Good kills coming out from Team Raw. They get under the A zone immediately. Proto has found a win of his own. Up top, over through flat gun. He can move now over, try to zone off the rest of the offensive spawners. First tick of progress is in. Zinx tagged up by Jimbo at range. Paul will finish the kill. Now Proto around the back. Good for a pistol elimination. Back and forth, and Pinstripe goes the kill feed. 2 players for Team Raw still on top of the A site. Proto trying to come back to help, but is denied as Paul up top just finds the easy kill, and then the second tick of progress will be locked in.
Paul on 4, so once again, if he can stay upright, this is going to be huge for the rotation for Team Raw. We saw them use a glide bomb to open up that B side on their last offense that they unfortunately lost, whatever it takes. So maybe can they have difference happen, as Paul is going to get cut down before having got streaks. So Brack just laying down here, waiting for these players to try to make the cross. Team Raw trying to analyze, trying to get information and figure out the best way that they want to take this. Still holding this bottom side of the map. They've got 2 minutes to work with. Plenty of time, plenty of lives. It's just a matter of when.
Have to do this wisely. With all this time on the clock, you've got a lot of options in front of you if you're Team Raw. It looks like for the majority of this hit, they are kind of thinking about, can we get around the backside of jungle? Maybe try to put some pressure on the spawns before we make our play through the middle, but neither effort will find much value. Jimbo, alive, if only barely, sneaking around through the beaches. In the back, Venom is still trying to find a way to make a play, and actually Venom's position has stayed concealed for now. Now he makes his play forward, cuts off the mid-cut. Problem is, Brack gets the trade, and the status of the map still holds in favor of the defense of whatever it takes.
It's just so hard to find that avenue of clearance, and there's been no definitive side. You tried it through the back. Okay, now we're going to try this ring side if you're Team Raw and just bully through the front. Perhaps that could work. You still have time for a couple more hits depending on how this wave goes. They're going to get 1, 2 out of Tom, Gravity, and Jimbo, and now that's clearance on the point. They need to clear out one more player and try to break in, and with the stack, that could be the round.
Sure seems that way, but can they even get any other players onto the zone? 15v14, 3 kills come through. Still a little bit of time here to try to make something happen, but you need a clean kill feed if you're Team Raw, and they get 2 very evenly. Proto also tagged up, has to try to back away. Help from Zinx at range is anchoring down the beachfront. Venom trying to sneak through on the opposite side of the map is also shut up, and that's going to be really just a terrible situation for Team Raw. Now you kind of have to flood and hope that you can find kills somewhere. I don't think you have any more streaks to play with. When his Zinx gets tagged, he will just stay alive and make sure that this clock continues to fade away. Wait for the flank. It's Proto. Oh boy, it's Proto. Gets 1. Not going to finish the second, but there are abbreviated health pools. The kills still don't come through though. So with 8.7 seconds, Team Raw desperately try to funnel forward to stall the clock. Gravity, can you be the next one to get there? You got so many different angles you have to worry about, and he will be aware of that as he tries to touch. Whatever it takes, take the defense. And with their round 3 crucial win, they find a huge swing map here in map 3.
We'd kind of hinted in this series specifically that if you win control, you win the series. And maybe that's looking to be the case for whatever it takes. Really, the swing mode being of utmost importance for them and success in the series. You take a Gavitu off the board. You only have 1 left, so Team Raw on their favorite map. They only have 1 more chance and 1 more crack at it, so the job's done for whatever it takes. You still have one more go at it in order to take this one, and it's a respawn at that, and that's one that, you know, was a super close one on the Bacage. So still got a lot of work to do if you are whatever it takes, and Team Raw, you find yourself in that position. You don't need the reverse sweep, of course, but you find yourself down and needing to win 2 straight and having to go to a game 5 in order to take this series, and that's just not a position you want to be in, especially against teams this good.
Absolutely the case. I mean, I think the only thing is with, you know, Team Raw, you got to get to map 5. We kind of looked at that from their search and destroy perspective, and as we saw the map series layout, you kind of thought, okay, you take one of the 2 Gavudus, you're good to go. You've got the map 2, search and destroy, should be solid with it. You've been great here in the past. Can you just get to that map number 5? And finding whatever it takes, getting that offensive round in round 3, I think puts a little bit of panic into the whales here of Team Raw, just due to the fact that they're dictating pace and tempo on the map. And again, I know the modes are not obviously the same, but you have to think that if whatever it takes can come out on this Gavudu hardpoint and do the same thing, set the tone, set the pace, it's going to put a lot of pressure on Team Raw to have to respond and do it in a very convincing way, because we did not see the response in that map number 3 here, Cash.
We didn't, and we also failed to see the adjustment. How many times did we see Proto on that ringside flank just pinching these players and getting 2-3 down in the feed? So Team Raw weren't even able to make that adjustment in a mode like that. Like you were saying, where the pacing and the control are so important. Again, albeit different modes, you're going to go into a Gavudu hardpoint where the rotations and having to watch for the flank and for players knowing where they are on the map is going to be ever so important. So that adjustment will have to be made. They're going to have to turn around and recognize, okay, Proto's their guy that they're sending on those deep routes. We need to be aware of that, especially on the rotation battles and winning those key gunfights. So that is something Team Raw is going to have to improve and take advantage of here in this next one.
Well, it's one of those maps that, once again, kind of like we talked about at the top of the control, you expect ARs to shine. We saw it, but it was largely from the whatever it takes side. Sync's crucial in saving the round 2 defense. Also an important part of opening up space for the attacking round that they won in round number 3. Can he potentially just carry on that momentum into the Gavudu hardpoint here for map number 4? That's the real big question on our mind. And this is a very important series. If you're joining us here late, both these teams 2-0 so far in the group standings, and a win here for whatever it takes would gain a lot of separation, because their other wins were versus teams that find themselves currently in the middle of the pack. So when it comes to what does the rest of your schedule look like, you're playing out of the last 4 opponents you have to still play, 2 of them are currently at the bottom of the table. So you've got some space there to work with, and that could potentially guarantee you a top 4 spot getting you to playoffs. Whereas Team Raw, not just would you love to win this match to go 3-0, but you've got a tough opponent waiting for you in UYU that we're going to be broadcasting next in their second slot.
Yeah, for Team Raw, this is a really big series, and that they need to find separation themselves. You cannot let someone like the squad here and whatever it takes pull away and generate even more separation. Like you had said, their next couple of matches out of the 4 that they have are against the bottom 2 teams, so they can really start to elevate themselves and start to lead the pack here with the undefeated record that they could go into if they take this last map tonight. So having a look over here at this Bear Claw and Texas Nation control, Bear Claw up 2-0 here and out 1-1 in the series. Kind of putting a little bit of a stunner on Texas Nation. This is one of those teams we were talking about in Bear Claw that maybe are rounding out that bottom of the 8 teams that we have. And having the series at 1-1 and 2 up in the control, I think that looks pretty solid for them.
Absolutely. And here's the thing. As much as you look at Bear Claw's, you know, current record at 0-2, the maps that they played yesterday were pretty tight. At a couple of instances in particular, especially versus that Path to Pro squad. You know, both the hard points were 200 plus to 250 losses.
Yeah.
Their search and destroys weren't necessarily super clean, but then one of their control losses went all the way to round 5 in an all defensive affair with 18 and cracked. So, you know, it sucks to be 0-2, but you've played up against 2 very solid teams, and you've at least been able to contest them at multiple points throughout those series. So it also sucks to go into your 3rd match having to play up against Texas Nation and needing to find a win, but hey, looks like they've pulled off the search and destroy and a solid start here on the Tuscan. The problem is Texas Nation have fully flown in towards the B site. That'll get a very quick first tick of progress, and they're actually going to elect to actually just try to stack this. And I said that with a little bit of hesitation because it's not often the way that we see teams aggress on towards B, and the second tick of progress will be cut short.
Now the rotation coming in from Bear Claw through the map. They're flying. Going to try to get to this opposite side U position, and Havoc and Breezy going to take care of business for that to start, but the timing. Player 2, Welly, is going to be behind Brezzy as he just turns around and wins that gunfight, so now that's going to work the pinch here on this A site and hopefully clear this last player off.
Can he get here in time, though? Welly would love to contest this, and he does slide in just in the nick of time, but General, he wins the easy gunfight, and that turns into an extra minute of clock to play with. With the 1 tick of progress at B, can Texas Nation save this round 4, send it to a 5th by winning their offense? Bearclaw on the respawn. 3 members flooding on in front and on top of the B zone. Welly, from your normal hop-up position, can watch the heady, but Streaks will be phoned in. Glide bomb down. That will connect into Mochilla. They should also know that Welly is nearby. Radial trying to help out from the pinch, but they've lost both defenders from the front. Now Radial needs to find a heroic moment. Good for the first. General, the next contestant, dealt with. And even though there was a player for a moment to get onto the B site, it's Radial who's able to keep it safe and largely make sure the clock continues to dwindle.
Battle going on here in this backside, and as Radial spawns back up, is able to clear the other player out. And right now, Texas Nation just trying to clear out this right side of the map, get these players spawning in this top corner, top side, make them come through church to have to recontest the point, but no one getting too close for Texas Nation. It hasn't been all 4 players in since the initial stack that they had on B. They're just trying to work their way through this bottom side and get all these players on. So if you're Brezzy, it's just staying alive and clearing players out as they come your way, waiting for reinforcements to come in.
He's also trying to play for Streaks. You see Noisy spawning out, tosses a stun to see, is there anybody in our backside? That does not connect. Brezzy, though, turned around. Welly gets the punches off, denies Streaks, and makes safe the defensive spawn. 12 playing 13, 60 seconds on the clock. The Texas Nation are still not electing to full flood. They're trying to hit this in multiple pieces. Radial for 1, good supporting nade coming through, and Noisy will finish off the kill. 2 for 1, go Bearclaw. Defense looking to get this to a 3-1 tally and an edge in the series. It would be a massive win for Bearclaw if they can find a way to get this to a 2-1 count. And based on just the positioning right now, they're looking pretty primed to do it.
Yeah, well beyond that B point, cutting these players off at B5. So if you're Texas Nation, not only do you have to clear out the midpoint of the map, you have to advance up to those close spawns where you know Bearclaw will be waiting after the respawn screen. And with 20 seconds left, Welly taking care of business. Noisy doing the rest around this mid-map area. And we're going to see a streak come in, and that should all but solidify this round for this squad. A wonderful control showing that we've seen out of Bearclaw here to go up to, or excuse me, yeah, to go up 2-1 in the series. We still have 1 hit coming in from the side of Texas Nation.
But nobody's going to be able to get there. It's just too desperate in nature. Plus, also the lives, a huge problem. So, Bearclaw, how about it? We stepped away from them after the first opening hardpoint, and they showed signs of life. It was just the differential was just so steep by the time they started putting together a comeback. And oh my goodness, gosh, we jump into the early stages
oh, man.
of this hardpoint, and it's just all Team Raw.
Yeah, they are 100-point lead as we're over to P4, and this is the Team Raw we talked about on Gavatu. You know, they had a really contested showing on the control, unfortunately lost that, but this is the form of them that we're used to seeing. This is what we needed to see for them, and based on how they're playing right now, I'm expecting this to go to a game 5. Of course, whatever it takes, they're going to take a punch and try to bounce back, but this is the Team Raw we were looking to see.
Hey, here's the thing. Anything can happen on Gavudu. It's so swing heavy. And the setup right now for whatever it takes as we tally the minimap is solid for this P5 opening. They make safe the back. The spawn should be good. Brack is still in a position to contest mid-ship. Paul, who's looking to challenge, changes up and hits at a very unorthodox angle, trying to find an advantage in the gunfight. And he does enough to at least allow a chance for his teammates to trade. But now off the spawns. Here comes whatever it takes, and here comes Ziggs. Huge double. Clears off a lot of the pressure. Still spawning nearby those. Team Raw can make their way from ship. Venom over the top. Good for 1. Turns his attention back down low to boxes, but Ghosty able to eliminate, and that turns into some more hardpoint time here for whatever it takes.
Fight going on here at this ring side, and Jimbo is going to be able to take that. So with 20 seconds left, 1 last hit going to come in from Team Raw on this boat side. But right now, if you are Team Raw, that top side of the map is secured. It's just 1 last hit for scrap time.
Scrap time, though, is important. And you can see, obviously, for Gravity and Paul, with 2 players on rotation, no need not to go for it. But absolutely what the doctor ordered here for whatever it takes. Holy Venom. Okay, nice little snapper there for the double. But you take a look at the tally of the game. It was a 100-point lead. Now it's just double the points. So it still doesn't sound good, but You brought this back to at least fighting condition if you're whatever it takes. You still need a break here, though, on P1. As the lead continues to grow very quickly. This is usually a hard point you expect to be very contested, and Team Raw doing a nice job of zoning and making sure that any contestants from the front are dealt with before they can even get towards the point itself. Ghosty stunned up. Venom holding his life, looking for help, and it will not be there. Trades will favor whatever it takes, and they successfully break.
Break at the halfway point, and good time for them to continue to close this gap. It grew back up to 90, but now with the potential to close it down to once again within 50 to 60 points. And for Team Raw, for me, Gravity and Venom, they have the only KDs on the team over a 1.0 coming into tonight. So for me, I was looking for one other player to step up and kind of be the difference maker for them, just to help aid in a more balanced attack. And it's been Jimbo throughout this series tonight, helping to take care of business. And Paul X can heat up any time, but seeing the collective effort and the push from Jimbo to help support these two players, that's what's been the difference, and that's what's been the good showing here out of Team Raw here.
Back to 100 points. Gravity on 5. Earns the glide bomb, but shut down before the strafing run could be a part of it. Might not need it, though. I mean, such a huge lead. You've also got a rotation gunfight for Venom that gets one. Help can now start to get here to continue to contest this second hard point. 30 seconds, done and dusted. Gravity over the top, denied. So an opportunity for whatever it takes to start finding clean kill feeds from this high ground position. And yeah, they've absolutely done that. Just Jimbo, last player left. He gets dealt with in Venom. He's actually going to try to make a heroic play by moving on forward. Gets a little bit of a turnaround. It's Proto who was giving him a headache. Brack now also a part of the equation, but Venom has done enough actually to allow teammates to come through. So now it's up to just one, and Ghosty will fall, meaning the scrap time and the rotation will be locked in for Team Raw.
That, and you're also 35 points from the win. So if you're whatever it takes, it's a hike across the map, a battle that you know is going to be had at that ringside, which they have looked to try to win for now. But going 4-for-1 in the feed is going to be Team Raw. Pressed up so far in the map, you just need one player sitting in the hill soaking up this time. And if you can cut these other players off, that should spell the win for you here. But we've got one last push coming in from whatever it takes.
Stuns are good. Allows for gunfights to actually turn up favorably. The problem is the spawns are just such a hard element in this hard point. And that very well may just cause win condition. Streaks phoning in for Gravity. That will be enough to get a double up top, and also with that, punch home the win. Team Raw 250 to 109, stay alive, and most crucially here, Cash, they do it as a full collective 4, and now hopes about the Desert Siege map 5 with a strong search and destroy team of Team Raw.
Yes, if you are whatever it takes, this is the position you least wanted to be in. You were hoping to take this hard point off the squad and not get to a game 5, because not only have they seen it tonight, but they know the ice that Team Raw bring to the table. And now that they've pushed it the distance, now that they find themselves in a game fight, Desert Siege, Desert Siege, not the preferred map for these teams, right? We don't see Desert Siege too often, but when it slips in, You've got to trust it. Team Raw are going to be ready to take it on and take out the win. They did it in a 6-0 fashion in the reverse sweep. Curious to see how to go for them tonight. We did see around 11 against whatever it takes earlier in this series. So really, it could be that and everything in between for this team. But with Team Raw having the ice that they've shown, right now I'm kind of leaning them, and especially coming off of the momentum from that Voodoo hardpoint.
I had a feeling you were going there, but I've got to play devil's advocate as much
All right,
as I
let's
think
hear
I
it.
agree with you. The only result that we have for both of these two teams on this map is for whatever it takes, and it was a round 11 win versus 18 in cracked.
Oof.
So who knows? Hard to say. It was a round 11 that we had in map number 2 as well. So opportunities maybe for whatever it takes to keep contesting with Team Raw in the search and destroy. Of course, Desert Siege is a much different monster than Berlin, which we had earlier, but you look over the statistics, and this is what I mean. 22 and 13 from Gravity, 27 and 16 for Jimbo, plus 5 margin for Venom. And then even you look at the damage for Paul X, he may not have the sexiest KD in the world, but he still did a ton of damage, 1,900 in total. So, I mean, hey, he's getting the work done and at least being able to help out his team where possible. So it was a full effort there for Team Raw. And, man, now all of a sudden, for whatever it takes, you got to kind of look to see who is it going to be to step up as we get ready to go for the Desert Siege Search and Destroy. I'll say this much. As much as I don't want to point out one person and say this person needs to come big, I am looking to see if Ghosty can start off hotter than he did in Berlin, which hopefully shouldn't be too hard to do since he started with an 0-6 tally.
Yeah, should be an earlier look from Ghosty as opposed to the round 7 when we finally got to see some life out of him in that Berlin S&D. So if he can come alive earlier, that definitely could be the difference maker for this squad on this Desert Siege Game 5. And even with Ghosty having such a slow start in the Berlin, it got all the way to around 11. So can you imagine if he comes alive earlier? Maybe for whatever it takes, it's just the momentum they need to carry a quick win and rip one off of this Team Raw team. So the devil's advocate that you played with them having a win over 18 Crack on Desert Siege here as well. Definitely a coin toss one here going into it. I know I like to touch on the Team Raw on the ice that they've shown, but if a team's going to be able to do it, whatever it takes is definitely that team.
We'll find out. Map 5. Top 2 teams currently in the group standings. And it all finds its way to the dry deserts. Oh, man. I just want to see who's going to snipe who. You have to feel like both of these two teams are really going to try to pull out the scopes. And, you know, the thing about it is, as much as this whatever it takes team has some pretty, you know, capable S&D players, I still continue, whenever I look at this Team Raw roster, to think back to what Wester had done in the first parts of the Cold War year. 3 of the 4 players returning from that squad. Jimbo, the new guy. And will that chemistry potentially be an X factor here for Team Raw? We'll see. Jimbo trying to watch for any aggressive pushes over the B zone. None to unfold, as it looks like largely Team Raw are going to scope things out over towards A. Nade over the top. It's actually a stun that connects onto Zinx. He sees one player cross and the second contestant deep. Gets the first. Wants to take the challenge for the second. And Zinx comes up big with an opening double.
Big way to start off, and who is it? It's Ghosty in round 1. Throwing his name up in the kill feed, as that's going to be a very quick round for whatever it takes here on this opening in Desert Siege. And for me, of course, you know, you expect Zinc to make those big plays, right? That's not too shocking from him, but to see Ghosty come alive this early in the S&D, already looking to spell good signs for the squad.
Absolutely. It's such a solid read from Zinx. And the fact that you get that double, unbelievable for the defense. Absolutely crucial for him. So, now Team Raw's chance defensively. It'll be Gravity to kind of take the same idea and mindset that Zinx had from before, but he's going to play this a little bit more passively. Zinx trying to scout things out through mid-map. Paul jumping and searching. Paul, by the way, with an MP40 this round. Is there an attempt maybe for the defense to get aggressive? You start to wonder.
With an MP40 in hand, anything's possible. It's just a matter of when is Paul X going to try to push and close distance against this team. Right now, either squad waiting and trying to force the mistake out of the other. Proto with a bazooka with a scope on it, it looks like. Not your typical Car 98. This is quite the sniper we've got here. But hey, if it's in Proto's hands, whatever can happen. So I'm just waiting to see if he can find someone and connect there. Tom Gravity going to switch over to this lane, cut Proto down, and we're not going to get to see action yet, but it's going to be Brack here on the follow-up. We're looking to try to find this trade.
I don't think I've seen anybody pull out the 3-line rifle yet. That's the first time. Everything's been Car 98, but
yeah.
We'll keep an eye to see if Proto wants to try it again later. Brack pushing forward, trying to eventually secure this trade into Gravity, and it should be a free angle. Maybe not as secured as he was hoping. It does open up an opportunity for the bomb to get planted at B. There is one defensive player on the near side. It's Jimbo, who's trying to make a way forward to deny this bomb plant, and he will not, actually. Pardon me. Ghosty gets it down and finds the kill. Jimbo was distracted by Zinx, but now it all rests on the Ghosty. This will be a 1v2. Gets the reset plus the regen. Venom's going to hop for the defuse. Paul checking and spams down the doorway. Brilliant read, and Team Raw will tie us up early.
We had mentioned earlier in this round, it wasn't a matter of what Paul X can do with the MP40, but a matter of when, and he was able to rip Brack off of that little dune area and have this close quarter battle go his way, secure the round for the squad. So with the MP40 in hand, Team Raw is finding success through Paul X.
Yeah, definitely not expecting him to pull out the MP40 a lot, but hey, if it works, it works. It was Venom who had the automaton that last round, so little weapon meta swap up for the two of them. Maybe something to consider in the future. But as we get on into round number 3, Paul wants to get aggressive. Ghosty reveals his position. He's got to get away. There is going to be a little bit of help. Dancing over the staircase. Proto trying to assist. It's a stun that comes through, but Ghosty cannot secure the trade, so first blood cleanly comes out for Team Raw.
Venom and Paul X in this mid-map area. You got to think it's just a playground. Of course, they have the bomb and they're waiting to get clearance for something. But if these two are back-to-back and you've got to clear corners for them, that's not a task I'd want to have, as Brack's going to pick up 2 for the long-range battle. That allows Ghosty to collapse and end up getting the kill on Venom. So now it's Paul X left alone here, trying to clear things out in a 1v3 situation with the MP40 at range, going to try to make something happen and unable to. They now know where he is. They know where he's working over to. we'll see how they opt to take this retake.
The bomb being planted, though, does give him something to work with. 40 seconds on the clock. Back through mid. Paul is completely absent of any information. And actually, has Zinx maybe seen him come through? He was pre-aimed pretty much right on his head. Shots, though, from Paul. Finds the kill. Ghosty still sticking for the defuse. The cross being watched by Brack. And it's Brack for 3 in the round. And that was a solo defensive effort from Brack, by the way, over towards the B site. Finding 2 kills on the cross. Shuts down any attempt from getting a plant over. And the 1v3 just too hard for Paul to navigate.
That definitely was the round for them. 4-1 overall. 3 in that round, like you had mentioned. Streak potential, again, a map with some open space. So if anything, it's information that can be used, and Brack's going to look to play around those. Team Raw. Few slow starts. Pollock's really the one getting things done for the team. Everyone else with at least 1 kill on the board, but nothing too crazy going down. No crazy first blood battles. Everything's been kind of slow, so we'll see if Team Raw looks to take this aggression and press up and get some pressure in this team's face.
Sending the X-ray. There are 3 defensive players for Team Raw leaning towards B at the moment. Proto still with a 3-line rifle. Looking just for a 1v1 on the outer edge. And this has got to be something to do with the scope selection, because that thing is super zoomed in.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd be curious. I'll have to ask him why exactly the 3-line rifle over the car. But Quiet is still kind of persisting across Desert Siege. 45 seconds of play has got to be made.
Jimbo playing for information here. Bomb's going to be going down on this B site. Now we're going to see these players make a rotation. A quick trade, back and forth. Going to even things up at 3-3. And Yossi trying to get away with his life, but Brack making magic happen once again.
Just good help to get Ghosty out of dodge. So it's another 1v3 situation for Paul. Finds the first. Nate is cooked pretty darn well. Keeps Brack pinned down, but that's fine. He's got help to his left, plus, of course, the cover of the trench. No worries. And, man, a lot of respect kind of being thrown back and forth from both teams. Not a lot of early action, and it seems like most of the defense is just content to play off of sound cues of when the bomb starts to get planted.
Yeah, just trying to see who's making the play first, playing off of that information, and then we see those battles start to ensue. So really the first 30 to 45 seconds going by in silence is pretty standard to what we've seen these first 4 rounds. Now as we go into round 5, the adjustment I need to see out of Team Raw is, do they have an answer for Brack? Can they get him off the board quickly?
Yeah.
Maybe you force that engagement a little bit sooner to give yourself that edge.
It's a good tidbit there, Coach Cash. Coach, what do we do? Kill Brack.
Get him gone.
Just
That's
get him
all I
off
got
the map. Glide bomb comes in. Great information here for Brack, as Team Raw will try to scurry away. Venom cannot get inside. Zinx also shuts down another. So whatever it takes. Talked about how they needed to find a way to tidy up their search and destroy, and we're seeing it largely just from Brack individually. Good team help coming out. Gravity has to work a 1v4. Has a lot of time, but not a lot of opportunity, you feel like. Bomb not in hand. He's going to have to reset all the way through his offensive spawn. You can't even wonder is even going to bother trying to go for this at any point.
Worst case scenario, I guess you get a few kills before getting picked, but no streaks to play for, nothing really other than just to try. And with these players playing these angles, the pick's going to come in, and whatever it takes, are going to go up 4-1. And
man,
looking at it, it's almost slipped away. Like it's 4-1, whatever it takes. Team Raw, a squad that in their S&Ds have either taken it dominantly or iced up in round 11, now down with a pretty large round disparity going into this next one. And something unusual from them that I'd like to see how they're willing to make the change and not let whatever it takes get to match point.
Yeah, and I think just why are we not seeing any sort of an attempt to either double AR peek Brack or get a sniper rifle on him?
Yeah.
And he's been just living outside this B area for free the entire way. Here's an adjustment, though. Jimbo getting aggressive through B. Brack still finds first blood. That is on Venom over the middle of the map. And Brack says, my job's done. I'm just going to get out of here, play an angle, make sure I don't get pushed. And Jimbo's kind of stuck right now. There's really nowhere for him to go. He's just going to have to play a timing. Zinx up close. Not going to win the first gunfight. Good awareness from Jimbo to get the kill and get out. Whoa.
Finally, the sniper coming through for Proto here late. And I do like the play Jimbo made, but like you said, it almost got stuffed up because Venom got picked so early. It looks like they were trying to have some aggression through this B side in mid-map, but whenever Brack picks Venom in the mid map, that just shuts all of that down. And so now Gravity having to pick off these players gets one, and Saul the second. Those are going to be working there, but with 2 players left, it's still in an unfavorable position, not amounting to anything.
And Brack is just like a sand shrew. He just finds himself in the deserts out here every single round for free. There's no response for Brack. 10 in a row for him. I mean, for crying out loud, double peek him or something, or just leave him alone. Like, play aggressively through the middle of the map. It's just, Brack continues, and I'll be curious to see what the first bloods look like afterwards. I want to say a lot of the first bloods, for whatever it takes, have come from Brack.
Absolutely. And again, with the squad that we have in Team Raw, like you said, the surprise in your voice, it's just, I'm shocked they haven't they haven't made an adjustment for that. You know I made the simple point of get him off the map, but he's on 10 in a row. I mean, you could at least start there, like you said, double peek it, pull out a sniper, find a way to contest him at range, because in these dunes, he's living comfortably, and Jimbo opening with the first blood is a start.
Ghosty cannot respond for the trade, so more pressure starting to mount for Team Raw. This is the first time we've seen them heavy stack into University, and it pays out beautifully for them. I guess I shouldn't say the first time. They did this earlier round, and I want to say that was actually the round that they won, so we'll see if they can find an answer to Zinx now, as it's just the 2 automatons left. Zinx only gets 1. Can Brack put the icing on the cake here in 1v3 for the win in map 5? Gravity comes forward, gives them a chance at the first, but a little bit caught trying to jump around between tin pails and cement walls. Gravity does find the kill, and Team Raw will stay alive for now.
They get the kills, and that is an adjustment nonetheless. Take it to the opposite side that Brack's been playing. Don't opt for a B plant. Take it to A and try to get the bomb down, and now Brack has to make a move, has to get across the map, and Gravity's able to catch him there, trying to cross that train side. So an adjustment made, hopefully not too little too late, with having no more room for error on the side of Team Raw, but a good offensive round out of them nonetheless.
Adjustment here for whatever it takes, trying to just watch for defensive aggression, and they do catch Venom trying to make a play quickly on the backside of University. Proto also gets a tally, so now it's on to Gravity and Jimbo. How do you work this? 4v2, you're on the defense, and Brack, I still think, has a strafing run if he wants to use that just to securely lock down a post plant. Jimbo can't get out, neither can Gravity. And man, that was a very convincing search and destroy. It didn't feel as climactic as you would have hoped for a map 5, but it was just a Brack show from start to finish. That's really all I could say about it.
Yeah, going on a 10 streak and a Desert Siege search, and a search and destroy period, is something that you have to have be the highlight. And 1,200 damage thrown up, 4 first blood, Zinx with 3, and I think Zinx opened the first couple rounds with that, and like you said, after that, Brack took over, and it was very much the Brack show. So for whatever it takes, for the squad, it has in every mode been one player stepping up and kind of carrying the team to that map win. So we'll see how long it carries for him. The supplementing players still doing their job and completing their roles. Zinx icing up a couple of kills whenever needed, and the squad, I mean, they look solid. They're looking good, and if anything, they further proved that they deserve and absolutely should be at the top of this top 4 conversation.
And now, at least we could say factually so that they will be. And again, the biggest thing here for whatever it takes with this win is the fact that they've already taken care of 2 of the other contestants that found themselves in the early top 4 after the first day of the round robin. So now you've got Bearclaw and Villains you still have to play, and I'm trying to think who else they still have on their radar that they would need to go up against. You've got Pat the Pro, I think you still have to play, and Texas Nation. So that's the remaining 4 matches for the side of whatever it takes. And I don't know who they play coming up next, but for Team Raw, that puts you at 2-1. And now you've got a date with UYU later on today that we'll be featuring on the broadcast. And you're kind of curious to see, after you look over the the match series set, I mean, outside of the Voodoo Hardpoint, there really wasn't a lot to, call home about for Team Raw. Yeah, they got their round 11 win in Berlin, but they nearly dropped 4 straight rounds to let whatever it takes steal away from them.
Yeah, nothing jumps out here for Team Raw. They found life in the map 4, which was shocking given how the first 3 maps had gone. Yeah, maybe there was some life in them, but again, a very convincing Game 5 win from whatever it takes, where we thought Team Raw had the ice. It ended up being whatever it takes, coming out and taking care of business straight up and down and winning that series. So yeah, nothing to write home about for Team Raw, and if you're them, a couple things to go back to the drawing board about for sure.
We jump on into another match in progress. Path to Pro going up against Villains, and do not adjust your monitors. Villains, who did not win a map yesterday, are now up 2-1 versus Path to Pro. We find ourselves on the Tuscan Hardpoint. Path to Pro with a marginal lead, but as the fifth hill opens up here, Cash, it's Villains who are in first, and they've got a chance to tie this up pretty darn quickly, especially with the kills that are coming in. The hit's still on the way. Jintroid holding the staircase, doesn't need to help out the Hardpoint as of yet. Even exchange comes through, and for Villains, this is already light years better than what we saw at any point yesterday, getting back into this game.
Yeah, being up 2-1, Path to Pro having to win this one to keep their series hopes alive. Gotta feel pretty solid if you're Villains, and Fire and Zap right now playing well at 24 and 25 kills respectively. Path to Pro able to get the break and get the last bit of this time and have a 20-point lead now, and can still win it off of this. So you do have to make another hit here, and as one player starts trickling in, this could very well spell disaster for this map.
Even exchange coming out. Still enough time for Path to Pro to win on this hard point. Maybe not anymore. It looks like there was just enough contest. And there will be, just barely. And that, again, that half a second is going to count. So Villains have to play absolutely lockdown perfect hard point from here on out. Yeez with the first blood coming off of the glide bomb. Zapdius responded to the first contestant, though. And now a split hit starting to amount for Path to Pro. Can they find elimination? Zap really starting to step things up. You've got Yeez trying to work around the back. Villains a little bit distraught as far as where this next hit's going to come from, and now they're starting to recognize that, yeah, it is a hit on multiple fronts. It's just up to Fire to try to hold things in, and, well, he will fall. So now, Glow Frosty in the corner, dealt with. There's 250. Path to Pro managed to hold on to their lead and now extend the series into map number 5.
But a very close loss for Villains, where, once again, I'm interested to see how the series kind of went down to lead up to this point. I'd like to see the story up until this, because now you find yourself, like you said, winning more maps than you did the entire day yesterday. So going into a game 5, even though you just took a close loss, still has to be feeling pretty all right.
And, you know, I think the biggest thing, and we talk about this a lot when we get into these elite stages, after day number 1, if you find yourself down 0-2, you have to come out and essentially win out your second day in certain forms. If you want to have a shot, especially now, to not just avoid relegation, because it's not just getting out of the bottom 2, you've got to get into the top 4. And on their schedule, you look at Path to Pro, who's sitting at 1-1, it turns into a must-win match. Like, you cannot afford to lose this matchup if you're Villains. So a lot of pressure on them, but at least for now, as we continue to mention, hey, you found 2 good map wins. I'm kind of looking at the scores right here. They actually started off with a 2-0 map count. It was 250 to 169, and then a round 11 win. So it's actually Path to Pro who's on the journey for a potential reverse sweep, as we will be heading to a Berlin Search and Destroy next for this matchup.
Yeah, must win is really just, you can't frame it much better than that, because like you said, you have to play for the top 4 now. You can't just play to be out of bottom 2. And so from Villains, you have to win out today, and that just puts you at 2-2, right? And you don't want to have to rely on other people losing. You want to have as much control of your fate as possible, because once you start getting in that conversation of, yeah, we're in if so-and-so beats them and this and that, is your fate really in your hands at that point? So as much as they can control today, they have to win out, like you said. That's going to be really crucial for them.
A lot of pressure on the line here, but, man, it's just interesting to see how this North American region continues to shake out. Kind of tallying up some of the other results while we're waiting to get into this map 5. Looks like 18 and Cracked and UYU are slated to go to map 5 on the mainstream. If I'm seeing this correctly. Yeah, 18 and Cracked have won both the hard points. UYU took the map 2 Tuscan Search and then the Gavudu Control. Obviously, we saw how Whatever It Takes in Team Raw ended things out. Map 5 there. And the Texas Nation and Bear Claw games going to a map 5. So, tight series all across this first slot in North America. Man, it's hard to put predictions together. And I think, you know, kind of reframing it back up to really beat the dead horse here for Whatever It Takes, that's extra good news. Like, you get a huge win, you solidify yourself at the top, and there are upsets all over this first slot, which can continue to cement your spot as a potential guaranteed top 4 for playoffs.
Definitely. It just makes it feel all the more better to get the win that you did tonight in the fashion that you did over Team Raw. And now Team Raw, is we're also waiting for that series coming up for us between them and UYU. Depending on how this goes down between 18 and Cracked and UYU, Also, possibly a must-win for Team Raw as well, dropping that series. And if UIU especially get the win off of a good 18 and cracked team, Team Raw might be sitting similar to where we're looking at tonight with Villains, and just that you've got to win tonight in order to keep that top four conversation alive.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the case for a lot of our squads. And really anybody that's not 2-0 going into today, you feel like you've got to be able to start taking series in day 2 if you want to put yourself in a successful position to hopefully capitalize in the second week. It is important for us to note, if you're joining us here and have not been able to catch up with things going on in Challengers, Tuesdays and Wednesdays are the match play days for both Europe and North America. Europe starting at about 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. North America, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Next week is another series worth of round robins, both on Tuesday and as well on Wednesday. Then that third week, the top 4 teams go into a double elimination playoff bracket. So that's what will be taking place over the course of the Tuesday and Wednesday in week number 3. It's going to be a really exciting series, and I love the fact that we've got double elimination playoff this year throughout all of the stages, even though it kind of, hurts to not have a knockout bracket situation. It did kind of feel like last year only having a single elimination for the top 4. Weird things could happen and completely ruin your chance to win the majority of what is that $50,000 that's allotted for each stage. So the stakes go a little bit higher here now in the round robin, and I won't say you've got extra freedom in the double elimination bracket for playoffs, but you expect to see the competition is going to stay tight throughout every instance, both losers and winners bracket in that playoff bracket.
Absolutely. I mean, like we just mentioned minutes ago, every series tonight is going to a game 5, and this is just the round robin play. We're not even in the playoffs, so you can only anticipate that the competition is just going to keep getting tighter and tighter as these teams have time to prepare for one another. You're going to start to see players have answers for different strategies and ways that these teams play. So if it's tight now, it's only going to get more intense and more, again, being on the line as we advance towards that as this goes on.
Yeah, tight stuff through and through. But hey, we've got a little bit of time to kill here before we get to map number 5. Have there been any particular players that you've kind of, okay, I'm vibing with it a little bit. I think Ghosty definitely, it's hard to ignore the 50 kills he dropped at Bacage. I think for me, I'm still really excited about the prospects that Jimbo brings, even though Team Raw lost in that series. But, those are kind of my 2 that I was looking at mostly in that particular series. Is there anybody else that you've kind of kept your eye on here in the first 2 days worth of the Elite?
It's definitely been Jimbo for me too, just to kind of piggyback off of that. Seeing, again, having taken a loss, still had a really solid series. And again, once we get our eyes on those numbers for the series, I don't think they're going to be bad. And I still think it'll be over a 1.0 or like 1.0 KD. So Jimbo stepping up for the squad. It didn't amount to a win tonight, but still great gameplay. And then for Brack as a main AR, really shining at the times whenever he needed to on maps where ARs run. Brack did his job. And even in the S&D where you commented multiple times, he gets that first blood at range and backs off. He's just knowing the timings and where he needs to be on the map to make the plays happen. He doesn't try to do too much. He does just enough. And that, at the end of the games, is what shines for him. So I'm really impressed with just his knowledge and awareness on the map.
I like the call. I like the evaluation as well. But here's we are kind of getting ready to go here for map number 5. Again, the anticipation that this is going to be, I think I said Berlin for map 5? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, map 5. Okay, so Path to Pro, Villains, squaring themselves off in a map 5 search. It was a round 11 in map number 2 on Tuscan. So it'll be Villains in the blue here, Path to Pro in the red. And for this opening offense, heavy stack towards Mail, and Spart very well could foil this play. He gets a long kill at range. Now knows he may need to respond to a trade, but fire. Good team shots with Zaptius. They do trade out things, and now it goes 40 seconds. We need to see a play towards the bomb site.
And all 3 of these players playing together is just going to be good for not only information's sake, but playing the trade and overwhelming this bomb site, as player 7 is going to come to find out. So as they're working their way over here, it's going to be a bloodbath and pretty quick clearance on the site once they get the kill. So once bomb goes down immediately, it's going to be a 3v2 retake. 3v2 retake, and we'll see how they opt to play it. Looks like a pinch could be forming.
I'm a bit surprised that Yeez hasn't put himself in a position to play his life a little bit better. He was the only defender towards A. But as you mentioned, the pinch retake on the way, 2v3. 30 seconds to make the call. Fire throwing shoulders. Frosty getting one. Proloot gets the double, gets away. Not a lot of health to play with, but enough to at least give him some space. And also allow a regen to come out. 1v1 with Zap. You saw him for a moment on the X-ray. He's playing inside station. Proloot chasing down the kill. Now, point of contact. Shots come through. Now it's up to, can he get here in time to actually get the defuse? Yes, he will. Bombs planted on the favorable side, and ProLoot will clutch up a 1v3, giving Pat the Pro the round.
Pass the Pro round and 3 kills in his name. And we talk about with S&D just the potential for those streaks. Of course, it's a little bit harder to attain those with the different style of gameplay, but being on 3 to start doesn't hurt anything, and those streaks can be for information and also give you that B site on offense or defense, whatever you're needing. So big round out of ProLoot and Pass the Pro as they're continuing this, I believe we said was a potential reverse sweep.
Yes, it is. Yeah, Villain started this off 2-0 up. And Pat the Pro waking up now. Good stuff through the control. Obviously, we saw them kind of finish off the Tuscan hardpoint. And now ProLoot on 3. He gets a stun check over towards Docs. Villain's trying to stay alive through this offensive hit. Spart on the corner deals with Zap as he found himself in an unadvantageous position. Gintroid from the top side of fire looking for a trade. None will be there. And ProLoot with the plant will just hold himself inside the B site.
Gonna play around the information that he has and just waiting for callouts from the team. Players working up for here. Frosty trying to look into this bomb site, but just like that, all 3 players get wiped. And as I thought we were playing for information, turns out Pass the Pro had it and ended up getting the squad taken care of. So very decisive 2 rounds from them that we've seen thus far.
Just good information game right there. You expect to see that with the caliber of players that Pat the Pro have. You know, Villains, not to take anything away, but when Austin and I were talking about this Pat the Pro team on stream yesterday, it's like, dude, this team should never lose a search and destroy. You've got some of the best search and destroy players in the last 4 years in COD on this team. And their ability to capitalize off of intel showcase at the highest level here. ProLoot stuns forward. That's enough to delete all the exploding barrels around the point. He also avoids getting tagged by any utility as well incoming. So the smoke that gets placed for Villains, they actually cannot follow up through this. ProLoot may be expecting a hit, but none is to be there. Zap now moving forward, bursts through the doors, and good help coming out. It's ProLoot who will fall after the first blood had been tallied on the other side of the map, leaving us with a 2v3 after trades continue to start unfolding. And how about this quick take? It's Zap and Fire who want to go quickly. Stun comes through. Now the challenge. Fire able to respond to 1. It's a 1v1 with Mohawk and Spart, but it's just too much to deal with. Numbers overwhelmed. Pat the Pro get the defuse.
3 straight here. Just sheer dominance and decisive gameplay from them whenever they opt to retake or even get down and get the plant. They've been doing it as a team and in a way that there's no question and no hesitation. No one's like, well, let me try to play for info here. Whenever they say go, they're all doing that. And like you said, with the information that this squad has, with the roster that you're looking at, it's not shocking gameplay coming from them. And now they find themselves sitting with 3 rounds to work with, 3 rounds as room for error. You know they don't want to use it at that. They want to close it out in a 6-0, but what a way to go up here.
Yeah. It's been in dominating fashion, mind you, as well. I think is the more important thing. We had the flawless round the last round. That was a 3v1 situation that they close out in the end. Very convincing. So you definitely look towards Villains to make a response, and you would hope that it comes right here in round number 4. Zaptius playing forward. Nice isolation of ProLoot. Nades from Spart. Information on 3 different members here, by the way. He saw Fire down low, no Zaps in B, and he also has information on Glow Frosty up top, but it doesn't make a difference. All 3 aforementioned Villains players find individual kills, and that leaves Yeez with a 1v4 chance. Playing to the middle of the map, nowhere to go.
You said Villains needed it, and that's what they did. They got a clean response in against this team, not dropping a single player, and that's something that, now that Gintroid's on the board, maybe could be wind in the sails to get you back into this one. Only down 2 rounds, so plenty of time and game to work with to bring this one back. And with a clean round like that, they're going back into this one, especially on offense. Feeling good, feeling like they can take it. Their information and their relaying of that to the team has been on point.
Can you get 2 in a row, though? That's the real question. 2-2 defensive split here for Path to Pro. As Villains, at least off the rip, 3 members are making their play over towards train station. Looks like Zaptius does want to commit early. Stun check outside. But Spart's found a long-range attack onto Glow Frosty. He was playing backside plat stairs, and that's not great news. Tough first blood, and now an early 3v4. You have no information on what's across the map outside of Spart, who's sitting inside of A.
That, and they know the position of these 2 players, so they're almost pinned down here Zap and Fire stuck at this A site with 3 players playing in the back. So much to work through that even if they get the bomb down, if it's an all-out collapse, they could be in trouble. Jintroid just trying to clear things out as he works his way back across. The bomb looking to go down here, but these players are flooding in, and here comes the attack.
Fire's taking a couple of shots outside, but still gets the 1v1 versus Yeez. Spart's not in a position to work for the trade. And Fire's going to get more than this. Gets the double. Finally dealt with by Spart, but Zap is still in a position. He, I don't believe, was seen by Sparty. So we've got a 2v2 situation, but how does Spart find Jintroid there? Just down to Zap. Defuse still needed for Spartan Pro Loot. And as Zap plays through Secret, he's going to have a chance to just check through windows, see if anyone's on, and then hop away. But he's seen Prolook. No trigger discipline. Prolook comes back to the fight. 1v1. Spart has to find the elimination, then hop on for the defuse, but cannot get there in time. And Villains will take a second straight round, keeping us within 1.
Question asked and answered there. I thought the trigger discipline, like you were vocalizing, might come back to bite him, but ends up working out because the timing and getting that player to hop off of the defuse by getting the kill worked out. So 2 straight, 3-2 now as we switch sides, and Villains are going to be on defense. Path the Pro taking the offense again. We'll see how they look to play this, and in the mid-map is where a lot of the information in the crosses have been relayed for these squads, and up until these last couple of rounds, it's been Path the Pro predominantly winning that battle. We're going to see a very quick and fast A hit. More stacked towards B for Villains, and do they overwhelm the site and get the plant down? That looks like that could be the case as player 1 backs down.
Yeah, it's Jintroid who's just going to toss some counter utility. Great nade, though. Actually bounces off the bomb and into the front door of the bomb site. That will keep Path the Pro a touch at bay, at least for a time. Now Jintroid moving forward. He's got some support. But Proloot will still stick and get the bomb planted. Spart's counter nade gets us to a 3v3. Jintroid down low. Zaptius playing on the high ground. Glowfrosty trying to find an angle to work with this. And the post-plant situation is just so darn solid for Path to Pro deep around the train station. They take care of Jintroid, was trying to play off the flank. Now it's all down to Glowfrosty and Zaptius from the front. Glowfrosty has worked in, but you've got to find these kills, and you've got to go pretty much right now. Prolook can still play up top. You got a player working over through Secret. Here's the 1v1 with Glowfrosty. No chance there. Zap trying to follow up, but no chance at all for him to retrain the aim at range. And Path to Pro will take their 4th round.
Put another 2 rounds in between the teams. And like you said, just that post-plant setup out of Path to Pro, just it was too foolproof. It was everywhere they needed to be. They got the kills where they needed to, and by the time that maybe someone had isolated the kills, Zap was still left in a 1v2, 1v3 situation. And again, just the time also being too much of a factor to where if you make the play, you won't even have time on the clock to get the defuse. So great response from Path to Pro after Villains take 2 rounds in a row. Now looking to set themselves up here to try to get to match point.
Fire, though. Topside male. I think he's actually heard Yeez down low. Wants the gunfight, but Yeez ready for it. Gets first blood. Bomb still in the hands of Zaptius. See all the white x-rays for Villains. They're still kind of lingering over the middle of the map. Glowfrosty maybe looking to force a trade situation, but Proloot was also playing through male. Nobody expected that. Now the numbers become a huge problem. But Zaptius, he's actually going to play this for maybe a push through with Jintroid finding a kill. The problem now is Jintroid couldn't find a double, and it puts Zap in a very awkward position. 1v3, stuck down by the rails.
Zap's been able to isolate these 1v1s here, and now having the bomb down and that being an advantage, not having to work at a fuse, could work out in Zap's favor if he can just find these kills and isolate them. Gonna see one go down here, and heads are gonna turn. Zap's gonna try to play around the staircase. Sees one, the pinch should be coming in. Is Zap ready?
I was gonna say Zap does well to avoid the effects of the stun, but did not expect Yeez to be hitting a pinch as you'd called out. So with that, Path to Pro put themselves on match point and reverse sweep point, and you just think after Villains come off of an 0-6 map count day in day 1, if they somehow lose this map 5 in reverse sweep fashion, what does that do to the rest of your mental for the entirety of the group stage from here on out?
I mean, really, it's you would almost rather get 3-0'd, man, to go and to battle a team like Path to Pro so closely. You know, of course, there's good things to take from it, but again, like I said, if they happen to drop this, for your mental, giving it your best effort and trying to go as hard as you can to get this win. You get more maps than you did the day before. It's going to be hard. It's definitely going to show mental fortitude if they can not only win this series, because it's still very much doable, but bounce back at all. Definitely something to keep an eye for. And Path to Pro opens things up with the first blood. They're trying to close things out here.
Zap, though, through fire. Maybe an opportunity to use this to his advantage, getting around the back. And yeah, okay. 3v3, only for a small time. Spart, it's another elimination. That was onto Fire, who was playing inside the A site. Counter nade to come out. Will that land? It does, but not for an elimination. Zap going quickly, wants to try to make sure that Path to Pro cannot get to their post-plant positions, but he's not able to get here in time. So Spart, Prolid, and Mohawk now all playing at range. Zap has to zone forward and hope that Glow Frosty can assist. Problem is, Zap is being watched from multiple angles. 1v1 with Sparty over the middle of the map, and in the same moment, Mohawk locks down Glow Frosty. It's a reverse sweep from Path to Pro, and a pretty dominant search and destroy from start to finish. And I think collectively, everyone starts to worry about what happens with this Villains team from here on out.
Absolutely, the question that has to be asked. And a close series nonetheless. You did see that overnight improvement, right? You saw where, hey, we ripped off a couple of maps here and showed that we can hang. I mean, a game 5 is still nothing, If you were to take away the day before, right now they've lost to a good Path to Pro team, but because you have to factor in that 0-2 start, it's again the conversation of now you're sitting at 0-3. You weren't able to take that series, though it did go the distance. Not able to take it there at the end. What's that do? Again, like you had asked me for the mental, of course, you have to factor that in, but what's the conversation looking like going into the next match that they're going to have?
I have absolutely no idea. Because, again, it's just the situation in front of you where, even if you were at this point, let's just say that they do find a way to take the next 3 of the 4 that they've got in front of them. Like, map count tiebreakers could come in play for that 4th position. So, the fact that you were 0-6 yesterday, that already hurts you. Missing out on a chance to close out Path to Pro, even more punishing, like extra salt in the wound right there. So now Villains have to essentially, for what it looks like, they're probably going to have to win their next 4 matches, which is, based on what we've seen so far, not what I would call probable. It's possible. I wouldn't necessarily say probable just based on the level that they're playing at compared to the teams that they need to still go up against, at least figuring out what their schedule will look like. So tough scenes there. But with that, our first set of matches in day number 2 of the round robin has come to a close. We'll step away here for a break while we get things set up. It's going to be Team Raw going up against UIU as our featured matchup, with look-ins wherever we possibly can to the other ones that are going on. So we'll step away for now and come back with our second set here for the North American region. Welcome back, everybody, as we're ready to dig on into the second slot, the fourth match to be played here in the North American Round Robin for Challengers Elite Stage 1. My hold shift with me, I've got Cash, and we need to see bounce back from Team Raw. We just got off their series. There's a Map 5 loss that they suffered, and UYU is coming off of a Map 5 win that they were able to victoriously take. So both teams 2-1. Big matchup when it comes to the standings overall here, Cash.
It is. It's just either team, again, Team Raw unable to stay undefeated, and UYU pulling off a big win against 18 and Cracked. With that 2-1 record, we once again find ourselves in a situation where there's no breaks. You have to have a way to create separation between these middle-of-the-pack teams. So you find yourself once again in another battle to create separation here.
Yeah. And we're going to get Voodoo for map number 1. This was the one shining point in Team Raw's series coming off of their last matchup. They enjoyed it to the tune of a 250-109 win versus whatever it takes. On the opposite front for UYU, just for whatever it happens to be worth in your minds, they also have played this map. They played it versus whatever it takes, but they suffered a loss here. It was a tight one, though, 225-250. And, you know, as we get through this first hard point, just to kind of speak more into the history of these two teams here, Cash, we did say for UYU, yeah, they lost to whatever it takes, but their hardpoint losses were both 225 plus to 250 losses. Good news as far as how, you know, they're able to at least contest throughout these hardpoints.
Yeah, and Team Raw showing vulnerability in their respawn. So
yeah.
Perfect kind of situation for UYU as far as, okay, we can play them close, and Team Raw's looking a little bit vulnerable tonight in their most strong mode. So definitely going to be something to keep an eye on as this map and mode progress. UYU, though, down scoreless on the board after the first set of hills. Or first hill, excuse me.
Really good setups here for Team Raw, smoothly transitioning from the first hill to the second. Venom even putting in a little bit of pressure on maybe even flipping the spawns around, which would be great news. I mean, really, hardly any kills to tally right now for UYU. They do hold on to the favorable spawns. That's the good news, and Johnny, who has been a shining star for UYU, started to open up some space for UYU to finally get on the board.
They're getting on the board, keeping these spawns here, so as we near that halfway point of P2, an opening maybe coming in for Team Raw on the top side of the map, what I thought was a fairly decent position. The kills do come in a 2-for-1 fashion. Now we're going to see Gravity push up here. Unfortunately, unable to lock down the kill, and that should nearly secure the rotation for UYU as the scrap battle is going down over on P2 for the positioning and the last bit of time. And the gap's now been closed down to 25 points. Team Raw still in control.
I mean, I was trying to search for words here because it's not just control, it's like near dominating fashion what we're seeing right now for Team Raw. So it's, you know, this is kind of when we didn't get the chance. I guess that's pretty fair to bring up. Like when they were playing whatever it takes, we were kind of finishing off with a different series. We didn't get to see the first 3 hard points for Team Raw, but the score that we came into was, it peeled the skin off your face. It was like 130-30. So for UYU, you don't want to see that happen again. And, well, so far so good, honestly, for UYU. Solid hold here over the third hard point, allowing him a chance to neutralize, if not completely diminish, the entire differential between the scoreboards. Thing is, Team Raw have gotten a chance to fight for some spawn flips, and now it's just down to can they use these spawns to break on in for some time.
Yeah, and with 20 seconds left, Team Raw have a decision to make. Do we go for this last bit of scrap time, which will all but tie the game up and even give UYU a 10-point lead? Or do we go for the rotation, which is not only already underway, but already won in spawns in favor for UYU? So you get a good bit of time to bring you back into the game. Yeah, you give up 10 seconds of scrap time for Team Raw, but they have a journey across the map. You get set up for this time, and with the 10 seconds they traded off on scrap time, they should get a good opening 20 seconds here, depending on how they can hold off this hit.
And they hold it flawlessly, Cash. The first 3 kills come through in absolute perfect time. So the spawns will pop up. Team Raw, empty from their first break attempt. You find a couple of kills on transition here, allows maybe a pathway through the beach side to get over. The spawns actually for UYU are not in the back. They're closer towards the ship, and that actually means that Jimbo will spawn in. Now an opportunity here for Team Raw to find a favorable break from the back, but Johnny, locking things down, nearly gets the transfer to the triple. Good damage comes through, and that makes life easier for Phantoms. The problem was he didn't expect Gravity to also be there, and the hardpoint will still stay neutral for now.
It'll stay neutral and at a nearly tied game. Team Raw are actually gonna look to be growing a lead that they were able to just about get from that P2, and it was the effort from that topside beach to be able to get them those spawns in the top left corner that gave them the effort to rally and get the scrap time. So they figured, hey, we gotta work through it anyway, may as well take the last bit of it, and now we're gonna see this P5 hold come in. Paul X maybe creating an opening for the team, but is gonna drop, so Right now, with split spawns coming in for Team Raw, Pinch is going to develop here on P5.
Dylan seems to think that he knows that there is a play coming from the back. He kind of gets out of the hard point for a time, waits for help, gets closer towards his teammates. And that actually allows them a chance not just to stay alive, it allows the kill feed to really turn up in favor of UIU. Brilliant patience being showcased. Jimbo, a double for him, third inside, denied as Johnny finds a key win, keeping the hard point still more favorable towards UIU than it is for Team Raw, which again is almost a bit surprising to say because Team Raw, they did what they needed to do to get towards the backside spawns in due time, but it's just great awareness from UIU, and they turned it into a triple kill for Phantoms as he locks down the early rotation over to P1.
And as the scoreline, though it doesn't look dominant, where we had mentioned Team Raw had been moving around the map with dominance and control, it feels like that's almost flipped on its head. A tied scoreline going into P1 for our second set of rotations. UIU do seem to be in control of the pacing. Dylan, Rex, and Phantoms just taking turns putting together montages as they're now looking to grow this lead and blow this game wide open.
Cousins by blood, brothers by nature on the map right now are Rex and Phantoms. Unbelievable spree from them. And Jimbo, he's doing everything he can to give Team Raw a chance to get into these hard points. So many of these efforts have been solo by nature, and, well, Scrap with a double. Caught kind of in a weird position where he's hoping he can save his life. Not the case. UIU looking to reaggress upon this first hard point. Good hold here from Venom so far. Help starting to work its way forward, and Team Raw looking good for the scrap time. The big question will be, what do you do on rotation here? And, well, the first couple of kills are decent. Thing is, you still have a couple of power positions here for UIU members. Good read from Paul, catches the top side of Phantoms, and as Rex also drops, Team Raw once again smoothly slide from P1 to P2.
As UIU had the top boat positioning, yeah, Team Raw definitely in Paul X made that a very contest heavy and not a clean one for UIU, able to buy time for the teammates to come over and in, and we're going to see player 2 Venom. What we've seen him do on this map is try to work a pinch, but as that's 4 down in the feed, it's not going to amount to anything. These right spawns secured for Team Raw and firmly in control of the map is going to be UIU, as now they're going to push up to this ring and start thinking ahead with still 35 seconds left on this hill, thinking ahead to possibly P3 and cutting these players down. Here comes the fight and maybe one last break-in coming from Team Raw.
Desperately need to hold this rotation still, though. 25 seconds, you don't want to give that away freely, but with all these eliminations, UIU are really starting to make some moves across the map, forcing Team Raw to have to respond to multiple things at the same time. Gravity up close and personal. Great response onto Phantoms. Scrap was already phoning in the glide bomb. That will be used to secure the trade. And then mid-map, Paul also dropping means here comes UIU. Trying to put some pressure onto the backside spawns of Team Raw. Look at the route they have to take from their spawns over towards jungle. They have to go the long way around. Nade spam should be good to allow them a chance to keep this hardpoint neutral, but the kills are just not coming through for Team Raw. Still spawning close, but not able to get in. Finally, they start to amount some numbers, but Johnny off the side. What a pinch play that is through the mid-cut. Venom trying to track him down, eventually gets the kill, but the little distraction play from Johnny allows a chance for UIU to still contest.
Allows a chance to contest and kept Team Raw off the point, and so they aren't able to close that gap much further. They still have a 10-point lead if you are UIU, and now they recognize with their spawns, hey, we need to make sure that we're going to be ready for this P4. So yeah, let's fight for the scrap time as we are in control of it for the time being, but player 6 in Dylan Rex is going to be watching this bottom side, cutting off these players coming from boat, and again, they're just moving around the map with awareness and presence that, even though it's only a 10-point lead, they're looking to be in control, and they're just waiting for one big play to blow this one open.
That is such an impressive little turnaround from Johnny. He's 25 and 17. We'll talk more about him later, especially when we get to the search and destroy. A lot of praise to be shown, but got to get there first. Team Raw starting to find a little bit of success on this hit towards P3 from the south side of the map. There's one player who spawns all the way out. It's Johnny. He's desperately throwing shots through mid-map, and even with the MP40, he locks down a key kill on a Jimbo who is primed to break, and that immediately puts Tom Gravity into a spot where he's got to hit the brakes, knowing he's got to deal with the player from behind. So the reinforcements for UIU getting towards radar. Once again, Johnny won't spawn in. Can someone give this guy a lifesaver? He continues to spawn across the map, and now Team Raw will have a chance, or maybe one break, as they have favorable spawns for 3 players, and the kills are good. Scrap time of 15 seconds, looking positive for Team Raw to try to keep this close.
That'll put them at just about 180 to 209. UIU having crossed that 200-point mark. We saw it last time around on P5. They were in position here for it and did end up getting majority of the time, but Team Raw wasn't clean. They didn't give it to UIU freely. They definitely kept them off of it. So if anything, no one got time, and that's what's kept the scoreline so close thus far. Can Team Raw look to do that again?
Numbers are starting to flood for Team Raw. Only defender left is Johnny in the site. Gravity on 5, has the 6. That's key streaks now picked up. Team Raw trying to put pressure on UIU from their backside spawns, but they continue to spawn in. Numbers now starting to come through. Rex and Scraps first eliminations as the hardpoint stays neutral. Rex will finish off the final kill from the front. One more from the Doc's house. It's Paul. 2 in a row for him. Gets away. Able to get the regen. Oh boy, Paul's in a great spot to potentially just work this from the flank. It's a pistol, and it's Paul for another 2. Still not done yet. It's 4 in a row. Dylan up top, trying to find him, but no! Paul on 5, and now he even grabs the 6th. Nobody can kill Paul.
The way that Paul was just able to get streaks there, now they're going to pull the streak out, and Paul's going to invest that immediately, knowing that they need this, knowing they need a big hold here on P1. They have these players pinned in this bottom right side of the map, so if player 3 in Gravity can keep these players from crossing cleanly, it should allow for a lot of time for Team Raw to get on the board. So still knowing UIU has streaks, they could use this here to open up this hill, but the Gunny's going to do enough as Johnny is just leading this team towards a victory. Gravity going to invest a streak, and it's going to pay off. This is a bloodbath, and it's only 5 seconds left for UIU. Team Raw have no time to make a play.
They can touch, though, just in the nick of time. Rex will fall, 249 to 211, but can you clean up this next hit coming forward for UIU? The kills are good. Someone's got to get there to contest the hard point, and nobody will be able to step on for Team Raw. You thought with all the streaks that were starting to be amassed for the side of Team Raw that they would maybe have the opportunity to use those to clear space on the rotation. Paul goes on a spree of 6 or 7, a quad feed for him in the P5 solo break, but even that comes in a vain effort, and it's all largely in the face of what Johnny was able to do in the first 2 sets of hills. And even at range, I mean, someone give that guy a tack beacon so he could spawn in to that third hard point. Still made use of the long play, and UIU survived through the first map.
They survive, and in a map where we just saw Team Raw come off of in a dominant fashion, the fact that UIU can come out and play that as close as they could, and they kept the scoreline close throughout the entirety of that and were able to pull away at the end. So taking a look over here at the stats, we said we'd talk about Johnny later, and maybe we are at that later point because he's definitely worth talking about at 33 and 24, 3,200 damage dealt, 24 non-traded kills. I mean, just read the whole stat line, and it's more than impressive.
And the thing about it is, you know, Johnny, I think for a lot of people, was the stapled all-star of the Search and Destroy scene before he turned 18. So you're about to turn a map 1 win, not just into your favor, but you take it away from Team Raw. I mean, look, we were going through our notes, and it's like, yo, Team Raw, I mean, there's not a lot to go off of, but their performances so far in Gavuto Hardpoint have been incredible. Didn't look that way there from UIU's perspective. They're like, all right, is that the best you got? Because easy cruising outside of Paul's special spree. It was really UIU who controlled to dictate the pace of the entirety of that map, especially on the key rotations. And now you go over to a Berlin Search and Destroy. We've already mentioned that for Team Raw, yeah, their Search and Destroy has also been good, to be fair. But UIU have largely lived in the Search and Destroy world. Their search has been incredible. A 6-3 win here on this map mode combination yesterday versus Villains. And they also had a 6-1 win against Whatever It Takes in the series that they dropped yesterday. So their Search and Destroy is looking like maybe one of the best right now in this group stage.
It definitely is, and I can't mention enough how much we talked about how Team Raw and Gavuto, they've seen this 3 times tonight, and they've only won it 1 time. And so if you are Team Raw, that's definitely something to maybe be a little bit nervous about, knowing your best map going into this teams have figured out and are starting to play to their own advantage. And going into a Search and Destroy where UIU, again, have been living in that mode, and where games have been pushed to game 5, like they just saw in their own match against 18 and Cracked. They're able to take that. UIU are going to want to take this one early, and if it ends up going the distance, UIU definitely have the edge as far as getting that ice done.
How about that pick from Paul? I was going to say, it's not often you see sniper rifles take the aggressive angle, but Phantoms, who wanted to play off the top side of the A-bomb site, denied Johnny mid-map, does get away, and the counter stun to make sure he keeps his life is impressive, but unfortunately, as Johnny tries to reposition, he finds himself awaiting Jimbo. So with that, 2 kills for Team Raw. Venom opening the windows over towards the mid part of B, but Scrap counters, and what very well could have been an early 2v4 is now doable. Not a lot of time on the clock, and Dylan, stuck down towards the docks, eventually gets dealt with. The good opening first bloods, enough for Team Raw to get them first round, pardon me.
Definitely want to keep my eye on Jimbo. Last time we saw him on Berlin S&D, he was also having his way making the flanks through the back, aggressive pinches from there in order to secure rounds for the team. So if anyone for Team Raw is going to be a difference maker, it's going to be Jimbo. And if Paul can take those aggressive angles and something that UIU is not expecting with a sniper, that could also spell first blood trouble. So those are the two I'm going to look at early here for Team Raw.
Yeah, I like the call. See how things unfold, though, this time, as UIU, I'm sure, are thinking, let's not get blooded in the first 5 seconds of the round. Get some information on a forward member over towards the B-side tanks. It's Jimbo who comes back to the gunfight and wins it. I'm telling you, this guy. A lot of people used to talk about Jimbo just with the success that he found simultaneously as Sib. And really, it was just the fact that both players would challenge anything and everything. And as Jimbo maybe tried to hold the same angle, Scrap will eventually get the trade. We go 3v3 with the bomb planted.
And as Jimbo will challenge everything, he's winning most of those, I would have to say. The way he's been playing tonight has been electric. And in Search and Destroy with a 3-1 start, definitely something you want to see of your Team Raw to keep momentum in this series. And look to take this map number 2 as Gravity's just looking around for a player. No one scraps back here, just trying to make the play around that. In a 2v3 situation, or excuse me, 2v3 situation on the retake. Trying to get the information, but now chasing Johnny should be able to get the kill as Paul X. And just like that, will be the round back to back for Team Raw to go up 2-0 in this series.
A little close.
Yeah, a little close. Barely a round win, but nonetheless, they do get it done. And now we find Paul on 3 in a row.
I mean, I was right there with you. I was like, cool. Go for a cash, recap the round, give us the whole rundown. And I was like, wait a second, Paul, where's... Oh.
It's got closer than I thought. As I was talking through it, I was like, well, maybe this will be close. I hope they finally read into one of our storylines. Let us have one. Everything tonight that we've thought is going to go one way has been going another. And, oof, wiping my brow. That one did work out.
Oh, that was funny. If that bomb was, like, closer to the left corner, it would have been really close. Like, it would have been, like, half a second difference. So 2-0 start. Paul on 3 does not want to even bother trying to play for streaks, at least not safely. He's going to go aggressive. Him and Venom both around the back. As Jimbo was caught mid-map, and Venom is just going to stick for a plant. They haven't fully cleared out this bomb site by the look of it. There was one defender that was still around the A site. And yeah, I thought that was Phantoms. He grabs an elimination onto Paul in particular. Trade will be there, at least onto Rex, and then eventually Venom continuing to run circles around the bottom side of train. We'll turn this into a 2v2, but the retake is quick to show up. Scrap, corner, nice shots coming out. Venom backs down. Both players do not want to give up the angle, but Gravity is there for assistance as now Johnny has to make the 1v2 happen. Gets the first, now the second at range! Shots from Johnny, good! Time also a bit of a problem. You've got to stick this if you're trying to get this in. Well, Johnny can't track down Venom. Too much time had already passed. The kill will be there with the pistol, but Team Raw will still win the round.
Really thought Johnny was going to pull another Gavutu with the MP40 at range, just hitting some ridiculous shots. Unfortunately, going to find Venom at the end, but not the round. And now Team Raw going up 3-0. Every storyline we seem to build gets flipped on its head, right? UIU been living in S&D, and now they find themselves down 0-3. Of course, still a lot of game left to be played. But some slow starts out of Dylan and Phantoms where they were playing well in the Hardpoint, and slow starts here for them. If they can turn things around, that should be the key. UIU needs to start winning some of these rounds. And once again, it's the balanced play from Team Raw and S&D that's been winning for them.
It's that, and it's also the first blood efficiency, which has definitely come to play in the first 3 rounds. But we'll see if that will hold true. Venom playing kind of a trade-out position on the far side of the bomb from where this attack may come from. Shots come through. Paul finding first blood and staying alive means that Venom can stay concealed a little bit longer. Stun across the way. Does not connect onto Johnny, who wants to play through sandbags. Paul has not seen this as of yet. Rex is also playing forward. Further point of contact you feel like has to be here. Venom eventually gets flushed out. And it's really onto Paul to try to hold this. Johnny still on the corner. Bomb planted. Paul, when do you make your move? Gravity's here to now assist Johnny. Makes the play. Gets the trade. Gets out. But Gravity keeps it alive. 2v1. It's down to Johnny once again. Jimbo quickly making his way over. Stun does connect. But Johnny, who wants to try to push forward, maybe just contest the angle. Denied by the awaiting gravity, and Team Raw up 4-0.
Johnny trying to do everything for the team right now to keep them in this, but being found in situations 1vx, you name it, where Johnny's found himself and been unable to take them. As Team Raw go up convincingly 4-0 here, they're playing the trades well, and like you said, the first blood efficiency, exactly what happens in this round as well. They get the first blood and get out with their life, and that's been the tale of this for them. And if they continue that, well, they should breeze here to a map 2 win. And unless UIU look to make an adjustment and either answer back with first blood efficiency of their own, or at least be able to more effectively trade those, they might not be able to get one on the board here.
Yeah. There's a lot to ask. To find ways to immediately adjust and improve in these first blood margins, but that last round, you thought they did enough. It was a really good take towards the A site. Sure, there were some trades mid-map, but around the bomb site itself, they were super successful. Just not quite enough to secure the post plant. How about this, though? Brilliant start. First 2 kills come in, and defensively, UIU have some really good control in and around the B site.
They have the awareness that bomb is down as well, I would like to think, here at this B site, so Dylan just going to play around that information, waiting for a move out of one of these players. Know someone's got to be big mid-map, and Paul's going to pick off Johnny there, so a 2v3 situation. But with bomb still being down and Scrap able to get a 1v2 situation, very tall task to ask of Paul, but with the MP40 out, looking to close distance on these players, we'll see if a play ends up developing.
He does have the sniper rifle as well. He could try to pick somebody off at range, but look at the post plant, or pardon me, at the post plant, the defensive positions around this bomb. Yeah, is that you get warehouse control, and you've pretty much guaranteed yourself around. Especially, again, it's the first 2 kills, sure, but I think it's more so the fact that for UIU, it's a kill on the bomb carrier trying to aggress to B, so you know where the bomb has been dropped in that first engagement, which is huge.
Definitely, and Venom being more so the bomb carrier for the squad, and also liking to play that aggressive position. It's that high risk, high reward. If Venom can get the clearance and get the kills, that's the bomb side open for you. But when he unfortunately falls, it makes for a much taller task to ask of the teammates left around him. So UIU able to capitalize on the mistake made from the aggressive gameplay. And now that they have one on their board, they're going to try to answer back here on offense.
Dylan carrying, holding close. Johnny. Whoa. Oh, wait, Jimbo wins that gunfight. We swapped perspectives so quickly. I thought it was just an easy kill for Johnny, who got the first couple of shots in, but Jimbo turns him aside. Scrap looking for the trade, cannot get there. Rex, who's more focused on the objective, will mean that Jimbo will survive with the first 2 kills. And Rex may be his next victim. Jimbo on the corner. Stun will come through. Both players will back down. And now Jimbo re-wrapping. Just does not care that his health pool is abbreviated. He's got help. Paul and Gravity are here. No help from Phantoms as of yet, but Dylan, who's finessing for long enough, maybe has allowed an opportunity for Phantoms to come through. Be a 1v3 for him, and all 3 players are in and around this bomb site. There's the first, transfer to the second, and then the third! Oh, he steps off the bomb for a second! Phantoms to the 1v1. Now backs away. Venom allowed to regen. The clock in his favor, and Venom is not going to find Phantoms. The pistol kill doesn't matter. Phantoms has done enough.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I find myself speechless at that. Just again, this is a trigger discipline, knowing someone to help the bomb, getting it to where you can line those 2 players up and get the kills. They answer with 2 in a row, and in a fashion that is just shocking. You have 3 players in and around the bomb site and still aren't able to secure that round. So a blunder for Team Raw, and great capitalization on the mistakes made by them.
Wow, that is, I mean, it really is, as much as I want to give a ton of credit to Phantoms because he obviously clutches the 1v3, you also got to put a huge nod towards Rex, who gets the bomb planted, stays alive,
Kills
and
time.
still finds a kill to kill off extra time. That's so huge from Dylan. So now we've got ourselves a bit of a game, but continuing in these early first bloods is the favor of Team Raw as Venom gets on the board early.
Paul X at 6-4. Jimbo at 7-4, leading the squad here. Is, like you said, they're just winning this first one battle fairly uncontested, as UIU only have 2 rounds off of it. And where they found success, they do get in and get 2 kills quickly and call it a day. So how can they make the adjustment and the improvement here, being down in lives? What are they looking to do to get around 1 being down?
Yeah, Jimbo gets a beat onto Rex. 2v3 still, though. Scrap was able to find Paul. Bomb planted, though, means that you've got to find a way to get in here if you're Scrap. Maybe find a weapon that's not just a pistol sniper combo. Takes a wrap, does not bait out any shots. I don't even know if Venom saw him. So now the quick snipe from Scrap. The doors are closed. Not broken whatsoever. Gravity's scrambling to get into a position, and he takes down his teammate as well as Scrap. Time becoming a problem, but the kill for Phantoms is there. Can he get here in time to clutch another? It's going to be super tight. It looked like he got it at 7.6. It wasn't enough. It's going to come down to the wire. And
oh my. Wow. What else you say? Two rounds where you're just left speechless at the just down to the wire decision making and plays being made by this UIU squad. This is 3 in a row for them. What Team Raw ripped off at 4, they've answered back with 3 of their own. So if last round made it a game, this is definitely more so that, and that momentum pendulum swinging ever so slightly in the favor of UIU now.
Oh my goodness. And at a certain point, you just got to feel the collective sigh of Team Raw. Like, dude, what else do we have to do? Small miscues here or there have allowed UIU to bring this back to within 1. And for the first time on what feels like this map, no one's died in the first 10 seconds for UIU. So you kind of feel like that's good news. And as Rex finds vacancy at B, he will get the plant. Johnny kind of watching through mail. And it looked like there were some pressure kind of watching over the top side of the mailroom as well. Jimbo is trying to sneak through to get to the post plant, at least the normal post plant setups of UIU. It's Scrap in warehouse, what looks to be a scope. Jimbo sneaking. Johnny dealt with, and mailroom's been cleaned up. 23 seconds. It's Dylan on the site and Scrap at range. Scrap finds first. Will be traded, but now it's down to Rex. 1v1 with a player outside. It's Gravity, and there will be enough time this time for Team Raw to get the defuse for a second. I thought Tom was going to get stuck in the window.
Good way to answer back after losing 3 in a row to put this now at match point. Wonderful job from Team Raw to, again, when Jimbo, we know how dangerous he can be. Once he gets through and behind enemy lines, how dangerous he can be. He gets the warehouse clearance off screen, and that sets up his teammates for success around the bomb side, and that's exactly what they do. So, led behind Jimbo once again in a Berlin S&D. They are looking to close this one out and draw our series up at 1-1.
There has to. I still look at this as UIU needs to do something dramatically different here. It's just every first engagement has turned up in favor of Team Raw. Gravity gets so much information, no smoke for the defense to cross. It was Scrap who tried to find the sniper rifle shot, but was a bit of miss. So now Rex gets a look at Paul. But as Venom plants, Rex is now isolated. Here comes help. Scrap in the deep side. Johnny playing close. Venom has seen it. That should be information for Paul. But Johnny hasn't moved yet. And maybe there's a chance here to find a bit of a timing. 1v1 through the window. Venom takes the win. Tagged up, but not traded. Here comes the second contested. Venom with the snapper. 2 for him, and that may be enough to keep this bomb site safe. Hold on. I was going to say, for a second, a long-range shot from Phantoms could have maybe been a deterrence over the post-plant setup, but now trying to get through 2 more players that are watching on either side with the clock is just not going to happen. And the heroics from UIU, and maybe just we should just say it how it is, the heroics from Phantoms will not be enough to over the entire series back up.
Good effort, but yes, not quite enough as, again, the post-plant setup too solid for Team Raw, as we've seen time and time again. And you put yourself in a position going down 4 rounds early that even though you are able to mount somewhat of a comeback, it's just not enough room for error for something to go wrong. So clean work from Team Raw to be able to close that one out, do what they do, which is clinical offense setup and post-plant position to get that one done. And like you said, now we draw the series up 1-1, and as we work into control, Team Raw need to look to get a control win here. Once again, that ever so pivotal series.
Absolutely the case. And you kind of look, and I know the first bloods don't count correctly, but, you know, first kills efficiency, a lot of it was from, obviously, Jimbo and Venom. But the thing that I've been really kind of impressed with when it comes to Team Raw's search and destroy is how they're enabling Jimbo to get into good positions to find first blood. And it's not necessarily with him running with a SMG, which is what we kind of came to know over the last 2 titles. He's doing it with an automaton. And, you know, you saw a couple of moments on Berlin where he's kind of outside B defensively on that tank, and he's just kind of finessing, finding info, and then turning and finding an elimination, turning it sometimes into 2. Really impressive stat line for Jimbo, and that flexibility I continue to be impressed by. And well, for Phantoms and the rest of the UIU crew, a couple of pop-off moments, but not enough to stay largely in the map. So, you look back over what we've got coming up. You had mentioned it. You teased it. Gavudu for the control. Map number 3. We were going into today thinking Team Raw was going to be a heavy favorite in any mode when it comes to Gavudu. That was not the case, though, when they played up against whatever it takes in their first series on this map mode combo of control. They looked like they were in pieces from pretty much start to finish, no matter what side of the zones they started on.
Yeah, there was never just a cleaner collective push, which is something in the hard points, they are very decisive and rotate around the map well, but when it came to that control, they just weren't able to get around the map more than 2 players at a time. They were doing split attacks and getting overwhelmed by the presence and players from the other team. So again, like you said in that search and destroy, it's hard to ask for adjustments regardless of what team you're asking them of this quickly and on the fly. But if you want to be successful, especially in the division that they're in, they're going to have to make that adjustment here on this control. You've played it once tonight. You know what you need to do. Got to go out and see improvements from them if they want to take it.
Absolutely agree. It's a really great assessment. And I think the biggest thing, too, is the fact that, we've seen teams across both Europe and North America on this map. There are times where it's like, we've got great ARs, even on offense. Let's just kind of hold back and wait for those AR gunfights to start coming to us. And it comes at such a steep cost on the clock. And this is a map that very regularly I feel like is more difficult to get an offensive win than on Tuscan, for instance. That's its only counterpart in control. And I think a lot of that is just due to the fact that the time is such an issue because of how long the map is compared to Tuscan. Like, even the spawns when you're trying to attack towards B on Tuscan are far, but they're not Gavudu far. So every second really matters, it feels like. So I'll be really curious, I think, just to see not necessarily if there's any individuals that step up, but will the collective hive mind of Team Raw just want to play a bit faster, I think is kind of where I'm looking at.
Definitely. I even felt nervous making calls whenever we saw them against whatever it takes. They were all just got wiped, and with 60 seconds left, maybe you have 1 or 2 more hits at it. And that's, again, just because of the time alone. It's going to take time to get across the map. And again, that's if you find no gunfights and any team that has any kind of defense-oriented mind is going to be pressed up as far into the map as they can just to keep those players held off. So Team Raw, yeah, you've got to make that hike across the map on the offenses, and you've got to find a way to convert those gunfights into lanes to get penetration onto that B point.
All right, well, those are the things to look out for. We'll see who starts where as we take a look across the Solomon Islands. Apparently, this was like a really important battle in the war. I looked it up. I don't know about you, Cash, but I'm a big World War II nerd. And
great stuff.
Battle of Guadalcanal was the big kind of pushing point, which led through Gavudu in the U.S. Solomon Islands. In case you're interested, I'm sure nobody is but me, but it's fine.
Hey, no, I love it. I love random facts and information like that. Really, it's so fun and things like that. Especially, I mean it. With these maps, you always wonder, like, is it just something random they pluck, or is there some thinking behind it? And apparently, to your knowledge, there absolutely is. So wonderful stuff to know here.
There's some wonderful YouTube documentaries, miniseries out there about that campaign if you're really interested.
Right on.
You are just blowing smoke right now. But taking a look to see kind of what else is happening as far as the group standings are concerned, this is an important matchup for both of these two teams. After the loss that Team Raw suffered in their first overall series, getting to 3-1 after the second day does put them back into a top 3 at least consideration. But the same can be said for UIU. They've gone through villains. They took a 3-0 yesterday versus them. They had a great series versus whatever it takes, who we know is now at the top. UIU, you win this matchup, you pretty much cement yourself, at least in my mind, as potentially being the number 2 team in North American Elite, at least through the first week. Other results, though, Villains is showing up today. They did just get reverse swept by Path to Pro, but they just put a hurting onto Bear Claw on the Tuscan Hardpoint. 250-106 was the tally as far as we're reading as reports are coming through. So Villains waking up. I mean, I don't know. I don't really want to go too deeply into it, but it was surprising to see the run that Villains put together during the qualifier turn up to literally nothing in day number 1. It looks like they're bringing a little bit more fire here to the table here for the second day of round robin.
It does, and it's because they need to, right? They have no other option if they want to have a sliver of a chance at, like being in that conversation. Yeah, they've got to absolutely get it done here and win tonight for them, and then to just be able to get one on the board in these first couple of days would definitely be huge. Wind in their sails going forward as play continues. So yeah, they have no other option, and it's good to see them win. It's crunch time and coming down to having to put wins on the board, they're looking like they're starting to do that, and especially giving teams like Texas Nation, how we saw a run for, or excuse me, that was Bear Claw, but in the matches they had played previously, they're giving teams a run for their money, they're making it competitive.
And the thing, too, just to kind of throw this out there as kind of as a side commentary, that's both teams that are 0-3 in the group stage. So whoever loses that series is pretty much down and out. They're just done. So we'll see how things unfold. We'll jump over to take a look in to see how Path to Pro is faring versus 18 and Cracked. First map results has been played, or is this the first map? Very well, maybe the first map here on Tuscan. And it's 96-47, at least as we get into it. Path to Pro currently doing a pretty solid job in and around the church, holding on to spawns, but having a little bit of a tough time with these contestants from 18 and Cracked from the front, at least until Sparty can get the double, and that will lead to now a 4-man feed, and Path to Pro locking up some significant time.
Looking to close the gap here is one more hit going to come in from 18 and Cracked on this top side of the map. No one really having their minds turned towards P5 as that rotation is going to be coming in soon, but maybe with one last fight for scrap time, player 7 just trying to work around back and possibly flip out these spawns and give the team the closer advantage. But hey, if you got to fight through it, may as well try and get the scrap time, and that's exactly what's going to happen now as this rotation is going to go down. Fight's going down on this rooftop.
Classic on the way forward was one of the top KD leaders in North America after first bay. We are getting confirmation. This is map number 1. A small software problem on our end. No worries, though. As we get this battle over the command center, 18 and Cracked in a position to try to contest this from rooftops. The nades are coming through, and they were actually held very nicely. Proloot down low would have to essentially do something miraculous, and he will not be allowed to. Exceed pushing forward, finishes off Yeez, and gets the read that more are nearby.
And I know specifically talking, Exceed was someone that we wanted to see kind of take off in that SMG role, really just blow things out for this team, being behind the veteran players that he is surrounded by. Really, if they can get him, which they are able to, in a position to excel, we can see Exceed start to put up some crazy numbers here and just really start to cement himself in this team as one of the younger players, but someone with that kind of veteran mind in a sense of who you're surrounded with and the play style they force you to play.
Yeah, nobody on this roster is even close to 18 anymore, so the namesake, I don't really know where that comes from, but this is technically speaking, recently 21, I want to say. Might be a bit off on that, but hey, the Cracked side of the name is definitely, at least for now, showcasing itself. Assault on the way in. Shawnee, good strafing run, actually tallies 2, leaving Mohawk by himself for a 1v2 situation. Classic, the next one up. Stun comes out. Oh my goodness, not just one, it was just a full box full of stuns come through. But he survives through it, and even as Path to Pro start to set up for the re-hit, it's Spart who digs in for the double, and that's a quick break for Path to Pro.
Quick break for them, but immediately 18 and Cracked are back on it with the rebreak of their own, picking up the 2, getting clearance, and getting the rest of this time. So now as this lead starts to get to about 100, nearing that 200-point mark for Path to Pro, you've got to lock down this P2, and it's got to be a near full 60 if you want to keep this one anywhere competitive.
Look at this. All 4 members for 18 and Cracked just avoiding the middle of the map and rotating through command center, trying to get into P2. And with those eliminations through mid, it's actually maybe allowing a chance to block up spawns. The fight is where largely kind of giving us that focus through church. And my goodness, what? Assault just spawns behind everybody. Bit puzzling. I mean, Mohawk is very aware that a play from the top side of the map could be coming, but this is going to be interesting to see how Assault makes use of it. Good kill comes through off screen. Proloot now essentially has to scramble to keep his life, and it's not going to be able to. 18 and Cracked, 4-man feed off of the weirdness that came through the game. Leads to them now over 180 points.
The first 30 seconds having gone the way of Path to Pro, they still have a chance to re-break in and get a good bit of scrap time and potentially get 45 seconds of the 60 on this hill. So now that they are well over this 100-point mark and now pulling this game ever so closer to 50 or so points, we get over to this P3, and with a good break, they could be right back in this. It's a matter of winning these rotation battles through this mid-map, which are going to be crucial as players are now spawning up in that mid-map position. This is going to be a much closer gunfight than 18 Cracked may be expecting.
Classic with the SMG trying to cut off mid-map. Finding Mohawk. He's actually split in half this Path to Pro setup. Spartan in the back. Dealt with. 18 and Cracked. A solid position, but Path to Pro still spawn close. Are 18 and Cracked going to read this? These 2 players coming from the backside of rooftops could potentially open up the hard point, and on the minimap, 3 of them will work their way forward. Shawnee mid-map can't do anything but just sit here and watch, and then turn his attention back, but now he's the last member left alive for 18 and Cracked. He gets a double! What in the world is that from Shawnee? 3 in a row. The 4th one around the corner. It's Yee's trying to play from backside truck as once again Pat the Pro can flood in for this scrap time. All 4 members trying to hit, but Shawnee's kept his life, even finding more eliminations, but over the top of the fountain, finally Pat the Pro have some numbers to work with. A 1v1 for scrap time, and Pro takes the triple. Pat the Pro locking up the back 10 seconds.
Not much more you can ask for from Shawnee. Once again, not only picking up the kills to not afford Pat the Pro the break, but getting kills beyond that and just playing his life enough for the team to come in. So now this sets up 18 cracked wonderfully for this P4 with spawns coming in and working through this Zig and Church area. They're going to try to get a break here and win off of this one. Have about 10 seconds to do it. Otherwise, we will be going over to a P5 and Pat the Pro once again just finding themselves trying to chip away at this lead, trying to work these players around the outside and get them knocked off and weeded out. They aren't able to get any firm positioning around the hill to clear these players, and 18 and cracked are back in it, but here comes their break once again.
Rolled on 5, there's 6, strafing run earned, number 7 in the corner, Spart beats him to the punch. Exceed from the side door, he will likely just be spammed away, has to wait for help. And help isn't coming, it's being pushed away, although he just takes the challenge and Prolut was not expecting that. As the rest of the Pat the Pro members will fall, they turn their attention to rotation. Over 225 for 18 and cracked. Has to be perfection from here on out from Pat the Pro, especially at least for the immediate hard point. You got to find 45 plus seconds here, you have to feel like, if you're Pat the Pro.
You absolutely do, and at least just cross that 200 point mark is the very least that they need to be able to do. So as the pinch comes in from this bottom stairs in this top portion, looks like 18 and cracked. Going to be an even trade battle with the lives numbers here. Pat the Pro are going to be able to take that, and just their close spawns and presence going to keep them on the point. So 18 and cracked are going to have to work a break here. Right now, instead of just trying to win it, just trying to break and keep the momentum and the wind out of the sails of Pat the Pro, as they have maybe one more hit on this hill before looking the rotations towards P1, and Pat the Pro looking like they're going to be able to possibly break this 200 point mark.
Oh, good kills coming on forward. 4-man feed, and that's tough scenes. Yeez tries to hit a bit of a pinch route. It's a risky play. He gets denied, and it leaves his team a bit short-sighted because of it. Now Classic on 4 in a row in response. Not enough time to win here, but they're going to be darn close. And these last 4 seconds are going to be tallied as Assault wins the final 1v1. Now numbers through the middle of the map. Oh boy, they've won this rotation, it seems to be as well. There's 249, but the kills come through. Mohawk gets in to make sure there's a contest. Shawnee dealt with that range, yes. Mohawk for 3. Over 200 points goes Pat the Pro. Where does the next hit come from for 18 and cracked? And goodness, these nades are absolutely exquisite. 2 will fall. Yeez has to put together something special, but denied, and that will be the final moment. 18 and cracked, just too much of a lead for Pat the Pro to cut back into. Take the first map, 252.09.
For that having been 100 points at one point, Pat the Pro really did try to string something together, pulling that within 40. Impressive from them, but as we bounce back into our main series here between UIU and Team Raw, we're going to kick things off on Control, and it's going to be UIU on offense, trying to make something happen. Johnny's going to get 3, and that'll give A clearance for them to start to get some map control as they try to work their way over to B while trying to get the rest of this A point, but Gravity's going to try to make something happen, and just like that, things are back to being mixy on A.
Johnny's on 5. This kid is going to be something unbelievable.
Yeah, a minute into the game.
A minute, yeah, exactly. And he's playing forward with an SMG in a pretty much impossible situation to get any help. So an incredible individual moment from Johnny, but it does not amount to success on the zone itself, save just the first tick of progress that comes through. The recovery off the respawn here from UIU, though, is good. And Johnny, what is that gunfight win? I mean, it's an SMG midair. Dude's out here making grapple plays like he's Batman or something. There's the second through docks. And now is a chance to play around the back. He's gone rogue. He's completely behind this setup. Off screen, he gets another. And look at the red arrows for Team Raw. They're all just giving up on the A point saying, how did he get behind us?
Walking highlight reel. At this point, I've seen enough. He absolutely can pull anything from tonight, and it is just worth the watch. Again, forcing those Team Raw players to have to scratch their head and say, wait a second, we have to divide our attention to the back where we're spawning. What? But they're going to go 4 down in the feed and get clearance there, so Johnny's going to have to work another play, possibly through the back, behind the effort of the team. And once again, we see Team Raw making the adjustments now on defense. They're closing in, getting up on this map progression, and cutting these players off as they come out of spawn. So this is really just the dominant defensive position. Getting to ring, getting to boat, and cutting these players off, but we see this lane open up for UIU at the top side of the map. And now Team Raw have to make an adjustment back on defense towards this B point.
15 playing up against 10. Lives could be a problem here for Team Raw, but these eliminations will allow a chance for some map positioning to start going their way through mid. Got number 6 Venom, who's very patiently waiting for the next challenger. And Scraps just beams him in the corner! He came off the reload, Venom saw him first, and it didn't matter. Jimbo on 5. Do you consider maybe even pull off this glide bomb? Nate is good for 1, and then the gunfight into Johnny. A brilliant double, and just as much as we credit Johnny, Jimbo says, don't forget about me.
Great clearance there. And like you had a question, maybe we see the streak usage depending on how that goes. Jimbo able to get it done for the squad and clear these players off. Now with 10 seconds left, again, that ever so crucial hike coming in. All you have to do once you get clearance on the defensive side, if you can just get pressed up to ring, contest these gunfights, it just leaves no time for the offensive team to get across and get over to that point. So great recognition and awareness from Team Raw. They get the first one on the board.
And great streaks that were earned, by the way, in those final, what we'll say 60 seconds.
Yeah.
Jimbo for 7. Paul was on 5. Gravity is on a double right now. And Venom is saying, thank you very much. Because he only found a single kill in the round. So the definition of salvage the round came through for Team Raw once again. But now, here once again, we kind of talked about it. Team Raw very patient on their approach towards A, looking for calculated gunfights, and these trades are fine defensively for UIU. There's already so much time off the clock. It feels weird to say because only 25 seconds have gone by, but when you're not stalling the clock in that first 30 seconds, it just feels like you're just completely scrambling from there on out for the rest of the round.
Absolutely. And UIU, very happy with the position that they're in and very happy with Johnny being on the map. The guy just can't be killed. Getting whatever he wants on the map. He's going to find another one right off of spawn, sitting at 14 and 8 just in round 2 of this control. So very much the map being in control of UIU on offense. Again, you're already looking at it. Just a couple more hits coming from Team Raw if they can't string something together, just getting cut down. And we see the pens start to work in. This lower left side of the map, it is so hard to get clearance, and especially whenever UIU shooting as straight as they are, not too much to work with for Team Raw.
Look, I'm going to have to go back and VOD review not just how Team Raw is setting up, but there were a couple of teams in Europe that were doing the same thing where it's just like, we're going to set a player topside radar, one on the jungle path with ARs, and the SMGs are just going to wait until those gunfights are won. And, I mean, they didn't even touch the A zone here, Cash. Like, it almost feels by watching over the minimap that they don't even have a plan. It's just, oh, let's just try to find picks. Like, I know it's not the case, but that's how I read it, like watching over this, because that's now 3 or 4 different times I've seen this play start to unfold from the offensive side of Gavudu, and it's just like the first 45 seconds go by and you haven't even touched the zone yet.
That, I completely agree. And just what I've been seeing of, again, Gavudu specifically, with someone sitting that jungle side, again, with ARs, like you had mentioned, it's just such a hard thing to cross. And like you said, we're a Team Raw playing for a pick. What were they doing there? It was so hard to figure out what was going on. And whenever you're getting chopped right off spawn, you barely get time to get your gun up. You're just waiting for that pick on the top side of the map. But even if you get that, it's not like you get instant clearance to B, because even if you get the clearance on that person jungle, there's still so much time, and the advantage is for them to wrap back to B. So even if you get the clearance B, they're going to expect it's coming, and they still have time to even work and get over there. So really, for offenses from any team we've watched, it's trying to figure out how to get a more efficient break, because that clock is only working against you. And if you don't get a successful hit on A that first try, if team have any awareness and recognition, they're going to press up and pin you in. And so it's really just going to be an evolving thing that I'm interested to see how teams adapt and maybe how teams can find success going into that initial hit.
Seems like there was some connection issues, though, coming through, and obviously with Venom kind of disconnecting, you think it's probably from his point of view, because it's not often you see Venom having a performance like that. So we'll see what exactly the Game Battles admins decide to do as far as score are concerned. So let's not take it too much away from it. We'll just kind of have to wait and see. We jump in and to see what exactly is unfolding here between Bearclaw and Villains. And Bearclaw did win map number 1, 250 to 106. The Villains have been at least somewhat solid in their search and destroy. They find themselves in round 7, tied up 3-3. And with first blood coming into their favor, defensively they're on a 4v3.
That and Zap being on 4 is also crucial. If he can just find one more and get the glide bomb on something like Bocage, again, just information on the last streaks are just oh so important. And Welly gonna have a couple shaky shots there, not gonna afford him the kill. He's gonna have to reposition, and now being last alive in a 1v3, pretty much aware of the position, these players are gonna look to collapse around and get this final kill.
All right, good stuff defensively. And hey, here's the thing. Bocage is very largely, it feels like, at least so far, kind of dictated by the defense. We've seen a lot of defense for defense rounds kind of go back and forth, a lot of exchanging of hands.
Mm-hmm.
Difficult sites to take on offense. But that said, there have been teams who have absolutely smoked other squads on on this map. It is like 6-0s have been something we've seen a couple of different times. We'll see how things unfold here as we have looked be going back and forth. It's Villains now on the offense, and a hit dictatedly towards B. And defensively, some aggression being shown. It's Radial for first blood. Jintroid looking for the trade, able to collect it. But next one up is Noisy. He actually moves forward to try to take the same position, and we go back and forth inside the gatehouse.
Go chill in a nice position just to look over this mid area, and with the lives now favoring Bearclaw here on defense, we're looking to see the same thing happen as far as defensive rounds go. And like you said, we've seen blowouts before, an absolute bloodbath before from either side, but defense predominantly being the favorite here on Bocage, like you said, being hard sites that there are to take. Right there, Villains just unable to get any kind of map presence, unable to get where they need to be and get things done. Playing the trades well was Bearclaw, and because of that, they trade out effectively and just work for those last players to force their position and make a mistake. So they now draw this up at 4-4.
Getting an update as there was obviously some pretty considerable server issues. It will be a full restart on that map 3, but we'll stick with these guys for now, see what they have to offer as we're deep into the search and destroy. Aggression now being showcased from Villains, at least a touch defensively. Grill Frosty gets chewed apart, though, by that exploding barrel. And that information is enough for Noisy to push forward, get first blood. Wire topside window, though. Chance to be the sole defensive player on A at the moment, and it seems to be working out okay because Zaptius and Jintroid have moved quickly forward, but a team kill comes out. Not going to amount to too much as well. He now has to navigate a 1v2. No bomb to play with either.
Willie going to try to pick off some individual 1v1 gunfights. About the only way to work with here is Zap and Jintroid are going to look to perhaps play together. Try to feel out maybe if Willie's going to try to make a play around this Granny's house portion of the map, this A-bomb site. And as we see 30 seconds left on the clock, play going to have to be made by Welly. ADS walking through, trying to work through, making as minimal noise as possible and get this bomb. But Villains are going to be ready for it, and regardless, they should be able to get this round.
Doors will be busted open. Villains still playing up top just to play trade outs. Welly committing for the plant. Villains make their move. No problem. No problem whatsoever. And just good numbers collection. You know, it starts off with a very poor first blood on the Glow Frosty, who just unfortunately gets tagged up by the barrels. But then the recorrection for the SMGs to fly forward through mid-map just took away so much space and countered to Bearclaw's opening.
It did. And now, with them being at match point and on an offensive round, we'll see if they can improve on the previous offense that we saw where, again, kind of the same thing where just their map positioning was taken away. And that was just how the first blood battle ended up falling. They went 2 for 1. And so with the bomb moving towards B, we'll see if we do get a plant or anything here. Information going to be played for as Mochilla's just going to try to watch for this tank heady, possibly someone to hop on it. But as bomb's kind of lingering back in the spawn, it's just that stagnant initial set of Bocage where you just wait for information. Either team's trying to force a mistake.
Mochilla searching for information through the cracks in the wall. Does he catch Jintroid? Damage is good. Welly will finish it off. Assist tallied. No trades to be found on either of the two members that were involved, and then Welly just tosses a Hail Mary. That will connect. So now Glow Frosty on the flank has to find value and will be shut down. Bearclaw looked good to send us to around 11, and they'll do it in flawless form. It's been what I would assume is just all defense all the way through.
Yeah, that'd be a very accurate guess, I would have to say, because that's all we've seen thus far. So in the round 11, we'll see if offense can finally take one off, or will defense reign true. on our map 2 S&D. We're going to see villains on offense. Bear Claw is going to take it on defense, and with having taken the previous round, gotta think they're going to be feeling a little good coming into this one, especially getting the defense. Do villains have an answer for this defense-heavy map? Can they get an offensive round done? And can they hold map position? That's very crucial here.
Stun check, I believe, does actually catch Zap here over towards River, but it's not going to stop them. They're going to try to push right on forward in towards B. And losing one of their ARs and Glowfrost, you don't feel good about their chances to stay alive here. Jintroid turned around, and, well, as he pulls back to see what was waiting for him in the cave system, nothing good. And so Bearclaw take a round 11, and the news just continues to get worse and worse for villains who now have to reverse sweep. And, you know, I've not done the math yet, but I'm just going to go ahead and say it. They need to reverse sweep to avoid essentially being guaranteed a bottom 4 position.
Definitely. And you don't want a taller task asked of you than that, let alone having to keep a series competitive, but a reverse sweep not seeming favorable for them, but they will absolutely try nonetheless. So as we hop on board to our main series that did have a full reset, we do see the 8-point captured here by UYU. They're now going to look to get clearance and push up through this A site. We're going to try things again, and they're going to see if they can take an offensive round and go up 1-0 here once again.
Looking good for it. UYU 14v6, numbers all the way around, not just in the B site, but even further forward. Good help coming through. His scrap is on 4 in a row. He knows he's got one more nearby. Goes to the pistol. It's Paul who puts him down, but still the pressure looking good for UYU as they secure the first tick of progress at B. Lots of damage from Paul on the flank, but cannot find the kill. And for Team Raw, it's really not about necessarily getting these kills out of the zone itself, but can you stop UYU from getting here in time? Because you've got no respawns left. Second tick of progress does not fully get secured. But a 3v10 and 30 seconds left. Can you read how UYU are coming at you? Because you've got to find efficiency, and players are going to have to find multi-kills. And oh boy, Team Raw have been pushed away from the zone and in towards mid-map. They're in a good power position, but they're about to get flooded. First kill good for Dylan. Paul coming back to the fight. 12 seconds of the clock. Timing here. Good for an elimination. Jimbo will fall. It's all down to Paul. 1v2. 11 seconds is what he needs to kill off the clock. Gets another elimination. Now a 1v1 in the site. He's got Scrap down low, but over the rock, it's Scrap who finishes the final kill, and UYU do take their opening offense.
Finally, an offensive round that we get to see on Gavutu 1. And Paul, again, even if those rounds come down to lives, you can still just play around map positioning and get the players cut off the point. And once again, I know we're beating a dead horse, but that hike is just too much. So you can, even if the lives aren't in your favor on defense, play around the information that you have and just get a clean wipe. And that can still win you the round. Unfortunately, for Team Raw, it doesn't work out that way. UYU takes the offensive round. And Johnny off to a slower start here than what we had seen initially. But again, nothing I don't expect to turn around. And the rest of his teammates doing good work as well. So no worries if you're UYU.
Team Raw, though, making a small correction tempo-wise. They do get into this A zone much quicker than they had the last time we were watching them. Nice gunfight from Jimbo. That will essentially guarantee the first tick of progress. Although Johnny is moving quickly forward as if he wants to contest anything further. Goodness, finds the kill, gets out. At least for a time. It's Paul on the trade, but that's fine for Johnny. The rest of his teammates pick up the pieces behind him. Venom, last player remaining for Team Raw, goes to the high ground. And he's getting naded to high heaven. He's going to have to stay down and wait for help, and help is not going to get here. The AR is coming to life for UYU, and what a gunfight from Johnny at long range with the MP40. 25 playing 21, and now we're down underneath about 40 seconds for Team Raw to even capture a zone.
Look how far up players 1 and 3 are pushed. This is that chokehold that we keep talking about, where if you don't find success on A early, it becomes so hard with 30 seconds left in this round to make anything happen. You are spawning up and getting gunned. We were just seeing the Red Skulls fly up here in this corner. Phantoms holding this top side, not going to allow for a B push. And really, it's got to be a perfect set of downs for Team Raw to advance on this A point. And UYU just aren't going to give it up.
Yeah, it needs to be a perfect set of downs, but they find themselves on 4th and 50 at the moment. This is an NFL blitz. No Hail Marys in the playbook. Maybe a chance for Gravity to touch. No, not going to get there in time. The most puzzling thing about all the things that we've said so far about kind of maybe criticizing Team Raw is the fact that going into their opening match today, we're like, Control could be the difference maker in their matchup versus whatever it takes. And, you know, you could argue that it was. The thing about it was, Team Raw have not looked as comfortable as their 2-0 control stat line would suggest, especially considering the opponents that they played in their first day. Today has been a completely different story.
It has a lot more vulnerabilities, and again, coming into this undefeated, something that maybe that's where the stat line doesn't tell the whole story, right? Where getting eyes on that match and really seeing how the gameplay unfolded could give a bigger picture, because like you were saying, where control being the swing that it is, and thinking and favoring Team Raw coming into this, they have not looked to be up to the task. What we've seen thus far, and tempo as per usual for UIU, they're on A early.
Up on the kill lives as well. Paul having a trouble tracking down Dylan. The pressing shots come through to push him off the angle, and Scrap takes care of Jimbo mid-map. That's going to be good for the first tick of progress. Paul trying to funnel through, but Johnny has already pushed into P5. It's the understanding that UIU has. It's like, okay, 2 are down. We can get a little bit aggressive here, and there's no hesitation. It's been literally flawless tempo from UIU in my book.
It definitely has, and I feel like for Johnny, there's no question on tempo. He wants to go fly up at these people and get in the face of Team Raw. And when he does, once again, having slipped through the back, we saw this the last time around on here before the game reset. Johnny being in the back being a problem, and going to cut down this first player. That's going to grant the clearance to the point as these players start to work their way up. This is the gunfight there, so Team Raw still a chance to rebound and bounce back, but Dylan Rex cutting down those two on transition and instantly null and voids those spawns.
Now streaks. Clock will stall. Pressure on B is mounting. Johnny mid-map. Okay, an opportunity here for Team Raw to try to collect some space. But they still have to get these players off the point, and they have to survive through the streaks to do this. Look how far back Paul has to get pushed. Kills coming through. Rex continuing to win gunfights at range. He's on 7. 8th is just over the corner. Oh, it gets the lock, but does not get the kill onto Jimbo. Second tick of progress now locked in. 22 v 11 the count. Scrap now on a 5 spree. And more streaks rain in. It's just, no matter what way you slice it, it's bad news for Team Raw.
It definitely is, and UIU have done 2 offenses to get in this position. If they end up taking this round, it'll be an offense, defense, offense. So very unscripted Kubutu gameplay from them, but again, what we've touched on, I think that's just so attributed to their pacing and their tempo on this map. They just know when they want to hit the timings that they need to open up certain areas of the map. So right now, it looks like they could be playing for a push to get a wipe and get lives down even more so in their favor. We're going to start to see this play develop, but the pacings from UIU, that's what's awarded them such success on this map.
Oh, absolutely. And they can just sit here for UIU and just play trades. You've got so much time to get 7 kills. Now Team Raw, who have to be very careful with the gunfights they're taking, they're all kind of trapped in spawn because of it, and that's not where you want to be. Not at all. Third tick of progress may be the win condition here, as the stack is good. One more contest, but wow. I don't know. This UIU team is looking nasty. But at the same point, like, I don't know if I should be crediting UIU for how they're playing, or if I should be, like, more concerned about what Team Raw is showing us on these controls.
I'm going to say the latter.
All right.
You know, we expect UIU to be good. We knew coming into this that they were good. I'm more so surprised at how poorly Team Raw are playing and adjusting. And I think that's more of the tail of it. We knew UIU was going to come in and fry, and you just figured it'd be that contest-heavy battle, everything coming down to the last second. But Team Raw just seemingly throwing their hands up in that control and going down 3-0 after the reset, not finding any success. So that's more so what's worth watching to me is, again, kudos to UIU for taking advantage of that and not letting up. Now they go up 2-1 in the series, as we'll have a look over at these stats. But again, it's the slow starts and slow finishes for Team Raw that are more so mind-blowing at the moment.
Yeah, Dylan 21-9, Scrap 22-10, Phantoms 19-10. You've got 2 players right there that are at or near a 2.0 KD against a team that we were coming into this saying, hey, they're looking like they're the real deal. Venom went 7-22. Man, you almost at a certain point kind of hope that something's going wrong with his connection, right? Like, because even before the restart, like, it was 1-9 through the first set. And, you know, we kind of attributed like, oh, there was connection problems going on. And you kind of hope for Venom's sake that that's actually still the case, because that is not a great stat line. 3-0, man, that was, and 2 of them offenses, like you had mentioned, Cash. That's, I think, the more important thing for UIU out there. So now you've got a map 4, Tuscan Hardpoint, must win for Team Raw if they want to get over to the Bacage Search.
Definitely, and we saw them go to a game 5 in their previous series and were unable to take it there as well. So, you know, they have to win in the game 5. That's what the win condition comes down to. So if you're feeling shaky in your game 5, you've just got to pull up your bootstraps and get to work and just say, hey, let's get back to what was working for us, as they got to rip off 2 straight in order to take this. So another Desert Siege, Search and Destroy is what we're going to pop into here. 18 and Cracked taking the first map against Path to Pro, and Spart with a sniper trying to get intel as Mohawk's going to get 2.
Classic Caught trying to make a play over through A. Gets away, if only just barely. It's 1v4, and oh boy. Saw the glint of Spart Sniper, did a little bob and weave, but the rest of Path to Pro were quick on his heels. Tied up 1-1. And, you know, trying to look over kind of what has happened between these two teams in the past. For 18 and Cracked, they did not play this map in the Search and Destroy for their first series, but they did lose both Search and Destroys for UIU. And for Path to Pro, also had not played this map in their series versus Villains, but lost around 11 in the second map and then won a 6-2 on Berlin for the map 5 win. That was a reverse sweep, you got to remember, for Path to Pro. So, looking for an advantage to try to get this back to a 1-1 map count here versus 18 and Cracked.
You know, Spark's going to have the sniper on this other end. Shawnee just looking to contest with the AR long range and able to take that gunfight win against Sparta's. Classic picks up another one in the mid-map area. And so, good response for 18 and Cracked to try to take this round. And in a 2v4 situation on offense, Path Pro have to find a way to respond.
Gunfights echo across University. Exceed able to find 1 elimination. Mohawk still kind of stuck mid-map at the moment. Look at the pressure mounted for 18 and Cracked all the way over the mid-map buildings, and then the 1v1 outside B also not turning out in favor. So, 2-1, defense for defense. We'll try to keep an eye on that one, maybe with a little bit of a picture-in-picture look in as we jump back over to our main featured focus, which is UIU and Team Raw. Getting ready to go for the Tuscan Hardpoint. And, man, we talked about how Raw Search and Destroy was going to be a linchpin to success for them, but to sit here and say that, like, hey, we've been asking for the polish to show up on the Hardpoint, it's really do or die right now for Team Raw here on this map 4.
It absolutely is. All of the talking points that we came into this evening with in regards to this team, we just haven't seen any of it. And so as it's do or die time, I'm just willing to see anything from them, any kind of collective effort to spark some life into them in this game 4 and push it to a game 5. And right now they're going to start with early control of P1, and so that's a good thing for them. But we're going to see the contest and the pressure coming in from this top side out of UIU here any moment.
Good kills coming out. Venom trying to hold off the front line, but it's Paul who gets the job done. UIU limited on numbers, but Scrap is still finding gunfights to take in order to allow him to contest. Pistol out, the pre-fire good. It's an impressive double for Scrap. Venom looking to quickly get some trades. Tallies a double of his own, recontest, knows he's got Scrap stuck by U-Haul, and it'll be Jimbo who gets the final blow as Team Raw will soak up the better part of about 35 seconds here on the first hill.
Rotation underway, and it's going to be Jimbo already in the mix and getting kills here early for this P2 control, and that's exactly what they're going to get. Now a little pinch going to have to come in from UIU to rework this point, but Jimbo gets 3 there in that exchange and secures this rotation and this break for Team Raw. So great gameplay from them. And then Venom already at 5 kills in this map, and that's just something you've got to already mention given how that control ended for him.
Absolutely. I think that's a very important stat line to really credit on. A clean rotation for Team Raw over to P2. UIU has gotten no time on either of these 2 hills, essentially. Yeah, the 6 seconds, but I mean, that's... You're going to get a couple of stray seconds here or there on the first hill. This is looking like potentially a full 60 almost on the board for Team Raw. A really solid setup around the second hill. They're already putting pressure on rooftops. Fortunately for UIU fans, Scrap does find an important kill to at least slow down Team Raw rotation so they can at least get some points here on the third. Maybe.
Managed to see how Team Raw look to take this P3 attack because players are kind of spread around the map. Now we see a couple bundle up at the bottom side as that streak will break things open and then another kill is collected. So it looks like a good hit. And the possible pin from Gravity on the top side of the map is going to be the play. But as I say that, Phantom's cut down 2, and now that halts the attack for Team Raw, and it's back to the drawing board. Looking like this next hit's going to be top side and or mid map.
Yeah, the spawns for UIU just had everyone spawning in that top left corner of the minimap, and they were just like, all right, we're just going to death ball here. Everyone just sitting behind this heady and spam down doorways and alleyways. Jimbo calls in the strafing run. That'll thin out a little bit of the defense, but the spawns will keep them largely in place, and now the nades will come through. The hit on the way for Team Raw. 3 for 1, but Rex holding through the mid. He has a 1v1 with Tom, and Gravity wins that, and that will, in effect, secure the scrap time as UIU are already headed towards church.
Only let UIU get off of that one. Not even with the 6 points that they had, but Gravity winning a big fight at the top side of the map here just to try and work a little pinch with the team for this church side. And as we see this fight go down, Scrap's going to take too early. Gravity should be looking to break in here behind the reinforcements of the team coming in.
Clean kill feed for UIU on their initial hold. Team Raw setting up their second hit. All of it coming from the top side, and Phantoms is playing in a bit of a corner. 1 for 1 is fine, and he does get the first. Now looking for trades from UIU's perspective as Team Raw have a chance to contest around the back. It's Dylan inside the hill. Johnny who gets a double on the back. But still, the last 25 seconds, hotly contested. Venom in, 3 in a row for him. And doesn't even need to go find Phantoms. It's a clean break on the third attempt for Team Raw.
Clean break for the scrap time and only extends your lead even further out to about 80 or so points. And in the P5 here, they're going to have the rotation, but it's going to be a 2v2 here, so maybe no one in quite control to start. A Scrap's going to pick up the first one. Now a 2v1 on the hill with a pinch working in here, and player 2 could spell trouble.
It looks like for UIU, they recognize that Paul could be in the back, and that's a good kill. The thing is, they are not allowed to zone off this hard point from the front, so now you got to bunker up. I hope that you can win these gunfights just inside the hill themselves, which is difficult because nades are always a problem. 4-man stack for Team Raw. Here comes the hit. Scrap in the corner. Fires down 1, but it's a 3-for-1 exchange favoring Team Raw. Last 2 players left alive. It's just Dylan now. 1v1 with Venom, and it's Dylan! He takes all the final 3 members. Wants more than that. You can smell blood in the water. Pushes further out. Stuns and nades will eventually deal with them, but an impressive 3 kills for Rex as he holds onto the hill for UIU, who are now scrapping their way closer back into this game. And an unfortunate team nade actually means that there's a potential play for a scrap time hit. But Gravity will make sure Rex's heroics are only limited to the worst time that we saw him.
Dylan Rex working magic just to try to keep UIU in this. They just need a solid bit of hold. They're getting broken, but yeah, they can break back in, but they aren't securing the rest of the scrap time. They're allowing Team Raw to get back in and make a second break for the last bit of time, and that's just continuing to inch that lead out further and further out of reach. So as we get back on T1, which Team Raw had a really solid hold on this first time around, if Johnny can make a play around the back, that could allow for the pinch and the players to get in, but Team Raw in firm control of this game.
But Johnny's stayed alive for a lot longer than you would have expected. Doesn't matter, though. Jimbo's got a pistol. 6 in a row, gets the reload off, but does not need to immediately find the next gunfight. Now streaks for Jimbo on the cards. Venom watching the cross here on you. Jimbo is just having his way. 20 and 11, same stat line as Paul. And even on top of that, as Team Raw grow their lead back again above 100, you've got Gravity on 5, so it's just resources, tools, and streaks that you could potentially just use to close this game out if you're Team Raw.
Also rotating something over like P2 where there is open space. If you can get a good hold early and use that streak to hold off a hit from UIU, you absolutely could put this one more than out of reach. And gonna see the battle going down. Gravity picking him off at range down alley, trying to hold off at church. And once again, it's Team Raw in control and UIU trying to have him make a break here through alley.
And just think about this essentially Uno reverse card of a series we've gotten for all the SMGs in this game. Venom had a very poor performance in map 3. Now he's, you know, I won't say carrying the team, but he's 17 and 11. On the other front, Johnny's having a hard time. He's 9 and 21. This is the guy that, you know, popped off and made us really kind of, you know, pay attention to him. Forced it, in fact. But this hard point, once again, is all Team Raw. UIU barely even stepped foot on towards column, and even though they can't win here, they've got streaks to break this next hard point coming up. And you feel like it's only a matter of time.
It absolutely is 2 and 4 just going to hold their positioning and wait for the streak to come in and just try to work some picks and get into this hill. They have plenty of time to work it, not only to win here, but to get a break period. And Johnny We're going to make it that much harder for them from this bottom side. Going to shut down access from roof. So the rest of the squad are going to be anticipating this hit from mid-map and top side. Getting a good bit of time here. Not yet crossed the 100-point mark, but still not impossible. But Jimbo and Gravity working it around the map, and Phantom and Dylan's holding it down on the other side. This break coming in for Team Raw. It's going to be 2 players and going to be denied. So maybe one last hit here for scrap time if you are Team Raw, but I think the focus is going to start to shift towards this P4.
Yeah, clean triple from Johnny kind of puts the scrap time more largely out of question. One more hit will be here. Johnny has to survive through the 1v2 and cannot survive through the first contestant, which was Jimbo, who's close to a 2.0 KD, still going kill for a kill with Paul. So 247-108. Fight for the church unfolds. Phantoms, good gunfight, went into Gravity, but now it's just down to 1. And it's Johnny in the corner. Okay, keeps the game at least somewhat extended. Jimbo, the next one up. A couple of shots will come through. That makes life easier for Phantoms, and now all of a sudden Team Raw actually do need to set themselves up for a considerable break.
And get awareness from them to recognize that as now 3 are going to stack up here on this top side and look to break in. So instead of throwing one-off lives at it, they recognize, hey, let's just play composed, get this closed out, do what we need to do, play the trades, and that should be the game, and that is exactly that. Team Raw get it done here in a much-needed map 4 win to push us all the way to a map number 5. They handle UIU by over 130.
Yeah, clean stuff. And it just goes to wonder, like, where was this on the Gavudu, right? Like, that's what we saw last series for Team Raw. They did this almost the exact same scoreline in effect to the side of whatever it takes. So is it just, you know, some map 4 mojo? I don't know what it is.
Right?
They see the series go to another map 5. The question will be, can your search and destroy be your win condition, which we thought it would be going into today, because what we saw from their last series versus whatever it takes, they barely even loaded into Desert Siege. Now you've got Bakaj, which, let's be honest, we largely look at the defense to prevail.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what Team Raw wants to do from their first attack of perspective.
Definitely, and as we glance one more time over here at the stats for this map 4 Tuscan Hardpoint, balanced effort once again, 2 players hitting 30 points, like you said, Paul and Jimbo going kill for kill in that one. Great gameplay from them. Paul, who's had a pretty quiet night, we really haven't said too much about him up until this point, coming to life here in this map number 4, and like you said, an uncharacteristically slow game for Johnny, going 16 and 27, obviously going to look to turn that around in the search and destroy, and maybe that's that shift and the energy and the vibes for them to be able to close this one out, because Johnny's kind of been leading the way for the squad the whole night.
Yeah, and it'll be curious, I think, just to see when we consider Bakaj, the tempo that both teams want to play at. I think that's kind of what I'm mostly curious about as we look back over the control. Oh my goodness. Wow. 38 and 22 from Noisy. And Villains, you have to think they've completely lost full. That is an 0-3 to Bearclaw, the team that is also at the bottom of the table. So Villains are 0-3 now. 0-4. Oh no. They're 0-4 now in the groups. They've only won 2 maps. And I'm not going to lie, I did not expect that. I thought this Villains team, after their performance during qualifiers, would be somewhere in the middle of the pack. I didn't expect them to be at the top, but for them to only have won 2 maps in the span of 4 different games, that's not good news.
Yeah, and that just, as you were hinting at, touches on the implications of, let's say, best case scenario, they went out. Having only 2 maps here is only going to come to hurt them when it comes down to the head-to-heads and the tiebreakers that they may encounter if they even go on to win out. So not looking good if you're Villains, and good bounce back after the first day if you are Bearclaw and the day that they've had thus far. But looking back at our maps here, Bakaj to finish us out. Again, everything we've said and thought about Team Raw up until this point has just kind of been thrown out the window. We're really just playing off of what we're getting round by round and mode by mode for them. And based on what we've seen in their Game 5 S&D, which we have had tonight, like you said, hardly had loaded into that Desert Siege. Maybe Bakaj and the pacing is going to spell something different for them. You know, Venom likes to play fast and aggressive, but on the other side, you know, Johnny looks to do the same. So will they cancel each other out? Will one person rise to the occasion? That's what we're going to find out here as we look to go over to our map 5.
Yeah, I think that's the 1v1, if you want to call it that, the champion battle that very well could dictate what this map looks like.
Hmm.
And maybe even more importantly, like if there's going to be offensive success, I think those two players are the ones you kind of have to throw into the spotlight. You expect to see that speed and aggression come out of them, and you need that to be successful if you're going to win offense on a map like Bacage Surge. So yeah, I think those are really good highlight points, and we'll definitely have to make sure as a collective here, you involved at home, that we keep an eye on what happens there. Other results as we kind of look over the course of things. Have not seen updates from Path to Pro 18 and Crack since we kind of got into their search and destroy halfway through. So hopefully we can get an update from our Bravo Deserver there to kind of see what's happening. Whatever it takes in Texas Nation are locked into a 1-1 on the main broadcast, though. So you can find that on youtube.com /COD Challengers. And naturally, I'm about to talk about a score line, and it looks like Texas Nation did just win the Gavudu Control. So that's a big battle for Texas Nation. Getting a win there versus whatever it takes, who currently is at the top of the pool, that's good news for your top 4 hopes when it comes to making playoffs.
It definitely does. And a team that's kind of been as streaky as Texas Nation, we've kind of talked even off broadcast about what this team's been looking like. To be able to pull off a win against the team that's currently sitting in that top seed, only good for them. And again, when this Texas Nation team is on, they are so strong and so good. So if they can pull off the win tonight, very much still a contender for that top spot, and just upset potential, spoiling the top seed if you're whatever it takes. So looking like Texas Nation could be on in that series. Hopefully they can carry that out and again keep things interesting, give us no clear-cut candidate for that one spot after tonight.
But a big map 5 as we load into Bacage here. It will be Team Raw on the defense first. What exactly do UYU have up their sleeve for this opening offense? Setups around towards A. Paul pushed away from top mannequins. An opportunity for maybe a take to come out. And Johnny's actually putting a little bit of pressure still on B with these nades. That should keep the defense pretty rooted while we're still waiting for first blood. And there it is. It's Paul mid-map. Turn for Jimbo, finds Phantoms, and, well, UYU tried to execute towards A and immediately gets stifled.
It does, as Dylan Rex is still going to have the bomb. Still just going to try to work something here, but Gravity's going to get the last one. And knowing Dylan's got to be playing around this bomb site, just a matter of the collapse. Trade's going to come in, and that'll be a good defensive round out of Team Raw. Already just feeling different than their previous series, Desert Siege, just looking like they're playing a little more coordinated.
Yeah, it's just, you know, it looked like good communication was coming through there. Jimbo's just waiting for a call out, gets it onto Phantoms, pops, turns, snaps, and gets the kill, no problem. And all right, I mean, we expect defense to be in a more favorable position, largely speaking, just because of a lot of the positions you can hold inside of buildings and still see things because of the way the walls work in this game. So it may just be one of those things of who gets the first attack. We've seen that a couple of times before. And Scrap, who actually just tries to peek over through Swamp, gets killed. And with that, trades start to favor Team Raw, but Johnny mid of the map makes sure that we go back and forth. We've got an early 2v2.
Great job of Johnny just being in the right place on the map to be able to trade out his fallen teammates to pull it to a 2-2, and gonna have to work to try to get this bomb, knowing a player might still be here. Not gonna be able to see the player in Jimbo, as Jimbo's just gonna wait for any information around Zig and not gonna get the information on Johnny. Johnny will get the timing, fly out, and instantly get traded. So now 1v1 Paul and Phantoms, and we've seen Paul clutch up in 1vx situation before. The same thing can be said for Phantom, and this timing is gonna spell trouble.
For a second there, they could probably smell each other. But Phantoms, oh, Paul actually saw him on the way down, but Phantoms, the more favorable angle, makes use of it. The defense will prevail, but how big is the 3 kills from Johnny mid-map? And wow, okay, Paul. I mean, it looks a little bit weird off the observer, but looked like he just absolutely snapped mid-air. But going back to it, I mean, Johnny's 3 kills really is what wins the round in my mind for UYU.
Definitely so. Just that 1v1, keeping that at the front of our mind as far as between Venom and Johnny goes. Oh, we're 1-1 in the round count, and Venom did have early aggression to get the first blood in the last round. So still a fairly even battle. Johnny with a few more kills in that sense. But again, this mid-map control and presence from the SMGs is going to be so important, as Team Raw, their grenades have been unbelievable tonight. And now they just have one player left to find. And if you're UYU, you're wondering where this round went.
Well, at least for now, we can say that UYU are not afraid to play quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
My goodness. It's just, I remember watching over this map in the first couple of cups, and you kind of see the position the defenders are trying to get to, and it's just like, man, how do you deal with these positions? And now that the defense even more understands of, playing for safe trades from those positions, it just makes life super difficult for the offensive side. And it's one of the reasons why I think we don't see this map all that often on Search, at least for now. But at some point, you feel like there's going to be a team that cracks the code. And for Team Raw, they're hoping they can do that here in round 4. Opening setups, still very passive. Scrap not going to be able to capitalize one of those cheeky positions for a first blood, so he will reset and reposition.
Have yet to see a bomb even go down on the offensive side. When the kills get flowing, they come in a flurry. And so right now, Team Raw just trying to play around the information that they have. Probably guessing someone's going to be sitting this A room and no kills to give him any intel to say otherwise. The Scrap is going to pick up Venom over in Granny's, and that is going to be bombed down on the side of Team Raw, so they're going to have to play around that, also being down lives. And with 40 seconds left, they've got to make a play. Jimbo kicks things off.
3v3, not a lot of time on the clock. You see Paul in the X-ray. Johnny looking for a trade mid-map. He gets a double! What a challenge that is for Johnny. He's the last defender on A and thinks he's got a good timing, and boy did he. And Scrap from behind. That is an unbelievable challenge from Johnny.
They just... one, he trusts his gunny. 2, his team does as well. And when you have a player as electric as that can go out and know they have a timing on one player, but end up walking away with 2, you can't be much happier than that. So Johnny completely activated here, sitting at 5 and 3, leading the lobby. And Scrap with a sniper coming out. We'll see how this ends up faring. Maybe just teasing us with something here. But again, just the activation of Johnny and the pacing playing exactly into what he prefers to do. Only going to spell success for UIU.
Holy. Venom nearby. You can even see he's kind of played a little bit more reserved here, knowing that UIU have played quickly, and he's actually going to hear doors break, and he's in a great spot, or is he? Rex decides to push back out towards Platt and grabs an elimination onto Venom, who was the sole defender inside of A. Still not enough space to go for a plant as of yet. Paul's trying to make his way over to see if he can help contest, and uh-oh. Yep, the timing is good. One more over the top of the bomb site. Tries to come through, but it's Johnny who's able to find the trade. Now down to 1, and Johnny will take care of him before he can re-enter into the bomb site. The first offensive round won by UIU.
And as they go back over to a defense, could we see this round separation that spelled trouble for Team Raw in previous series? Johnny, once again, leading the way, and definitely the scoreline is close. It's 3-2, of course, but I would say as far as this SMG battle has gone, Johnny is definitely taking that. And we talked about the pacing. How would the tempo benefit either team? How would they play to that? Right now, UIU with the quick pacing, it has paid off for them as Johnny flies forward and instantly gets into a position where it does cost a life, but is able to pass information that, hey, a few bodies are over here on this A side.
Just a major force off the map here for Team Raw.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's maybe the biggest thing is it's a first blood, but it's a first blood onto Johnny. Phantom's watching the cross. Completely uncontested, gets an initial trade. Jimbo picking up the bomb. Pulling it back towards Barn. And maybe thinking they can isolate Phantoms here. That was at least, I think, the initial intention, but careful. Scraps is watching the long cross. It's just so many crossfire positions. Dylan, who's technically the only player by himself, still puts himself in an untradeable position with the elimination. Now a 2v3 is Scrap could potentially just sit here and wait to see if he hears any information. Paul chasing down Rex, though, has opened the doors over towards A because Scrap just has a pistol and a sniper.
I made this an interesting 2v2 is Paul's going to fly down and get one. Phantom's going to trade a 1v1 situation, bomb down. Gravity has to work something here with 20 seconds left. You got to think he's going to go for the kill. Not too much time to collect the bomb and go get it planted, but that's exactly what he's going to go do over to this B site. We'll see if Phantom gives A another try, but maybe the read being made over to B. Does Gravity get the timing? And he does. An offensive round. Would you look at that? Back-to-back offensive round wins for either squad to draw us up at 3-3. So really just anyone taking this and the timing working out for Gravity there.
And I think there's something to be said about Scrap kind of being forced to play a position where he does not have the opportunity to use that sniper rifle.
Yeah.
You know, stuck with the pistol. Sure, the pistol's good, but you're in a 2v2, and on the defense, you're kind of forced to play individual bomb sites in a 1v1 nature, or 1v multiple nature, so tough for Scrap to try to adjust. Bold call to bring the sniper rifle to Bakaj in the first place, though. You know, that needs to be mentioned. First blood for Phantoms on the offense once again. Gravity playing deep towards spawn, trying to keep the player around the backside of A safe, but the problem is losing one of your core upfront players, and now the second means that this is going to be likely a free plant here at A.
Gravity able to snag one, Paul the other, drawn even at 2-2 with bomb down. 40 seconds on the clock, and now Pollux and Gravity have to work not only the kills, but the defuse. And if you want anyone in this position, it's going to be these two as they lead their team and nearly the lobby. And these kills now down to a 1v1 with 26 seconds left. Paul's just going to hop it, and this timing could work out beautifully. I don't even think Phantoms will get back in time. Not even going to get the clearance to check, so love the stick from Pollux. Pays off beautifully and just plays the timing that Phantoms may not get back in time. That's the first stick we've seen tonight, and it works out.
Yeah, that's a really good call from Paul. And, you know, just from the defensive side, that's another advantage that you have is your ability to kind of challenge that interior bomb site just by throwing nades, get information. Then once people are either hindered or, you know, kind of dealt with by stuns and frag grenades, you've got an advantage naturally on the retake. And then just a good awareness call, like you mentioned from Paul, just to give a lay of the land. Know that the last contestant is going to be too far away to get there in time, so hop it. Defense will prevail. And now, UIU tested mid-map. Well, they're up for the test. Venom, Jimbo both fall early.
Where Johnny has maybe been killed early or not been able to get some first bloods, Phantom has picked up at 7 and 4 and on 3. Coming alive here to try to keep UIU close in this, down 1 round. Up 2 lives in this round, so looking to get things done here. Bomb is going to be down for them. Somewhere on the outside of Grandma's, and now these Team Raw players just look around for information as it is a full-on team huddle there in the mid-map. Granny's house for them. Johnny trying to work around the outside.
But, ooh. So Gravity kind of made the same move at the same time and gets caught with the gun up. And yeah, good elimination from Scrap to finish things off mid-map. And we continue to go back and forth in one way or another. It's just, it's so hard to catch an advantage on this map, and you're seeing exactly why. And man, I'll just say, like, both teams they're really stretching, trying to find opportunities through mid, quick timings towards A, and largely it just continues to be countered almost instantaneously. No real convincing rounds from the offensive side yet, save the 2 that we've had, and even those were pretty narrow. So what happens here for this opening ripoff for UIU? Trying to get to 5 first. Venom still playing close, actually backs away from the bomb site in order to play the main living room. Dylan up close and personal, bursts through, trying to bait out, and actually, he's going to stick for this plant. Venom again cooking up a nade, but the bomb is planted, so that's job done, and Dylan gets away. Timing for Venom just a bit off, and that leads to a post-plant situation for UIU.
Now with not a ton of information, Team Raw are going to have to make a play and get something done. The trades are going to go the way of Team Raw early, but everything's balanced out. It's a frenzy of kills. Gravity gets 2, Dylan Rex gets 2, and we find ourselves in a 1v1 between the 2 players who have had the most influence on this round. First one to get to 5 is what we're looking at here. To get to match point, the timing, the ring around the rosy, the do-si-do that's going down here with 10 seconds left to defuse. Gravity's got to stick it, and Dylan's just got to check it, and that is going to be the round to UIU, up 5-4.
For a second, though, you see Gravity's little snapper front floor, and you think he's done it. They are going to get a retake. But in the exact same moment over towards the backside of Fields, Dylan did the exact same with a double of his own. So now, match point, and an advantage for UIU, getting the defense. Team Raw have to find a successful attack here, and the question is, where do you go?
You don't generally see teams make noise at B because I don't think there's really room to make noise at B. You're so caught in the open on that river side that you don't really get covered just to mess around and make noise. It's so easy to look in and over the top if you are on defense. So hard to do a decoy. Maybe they do take a read over to B, but UIU is just going to maybe let this A site sit open and go for the retake. Scrap being the only player here. if they're confident enough in the retake as they should be, especially having a map that they could maybe toss away, they're just going to try to see what Team Raw opt to do on offense, and as you should, seeing as they're the ones that have to make the play.
And I think Scrap is in a solid position here, too. Not only does he keep the flank safe, but he could recontest that top platform if there is an attack towards A. But Team Raw are going to put all of their eggs over towards the B bomb site basket. It's Johnny close. He just needs to go 1-for-1 from this position at barrels. Venom was had another tough game. It's going to be the first one forward. The designated bomb carrier, 30 seconds on the clock. You've got to make a play, and here they come. Johnny still in this corner. Gets red. It's Venom from behind who finds the kill. Phantoms will recognize the threat and then get away. Rex quick to try to find at least the elimination mid-map, but it's Jimbo who gets that kill. So now it's a 2v4. Scrap over the middle. Has so many players to deal with, one of them being Jimbo. Here comes Paul on the cross, but Scrap has stayed alive for now. The post plant starting to move back. Scrap with elimination. Is there space maybe for Phantoms to move forward? No. It's Venom on the bomb site to find the 1v1. Scrap cannot find the trade. Not enough shots left. The long range shots on the gravity not going to be there. And we've got a round 11 as Team Raw respond with an attack of their own.
Back-to-back offenses to put us in this position, and it ended up being that B take. They just kind of waited out the clock there and maybe tried to see if the defense would make a rotation over to A. So really just lack of information for UIU. And like you said, if Johnny goes 1-for-1 in the mid-map, that halts everything and probably gives UIU the round. Venom being slow so far in this series finds 3 in that round, the first one being on Johnny there in the mid-map to open up that B side. So wonderful rebound and answer from Team Raw. Now finding themselves on back-to-back offenses. What do they opt to do, and how do UIU opt to read it?
That's the thing, is the impossibility going into this match was who finds offense. It's just been compounded by the fact that now Team Raw have to find 2 back-to-back attacks. And as Venom falls, that's the bomb carrier down, set nade from Scrap, the culprit of that. And then a 3v4 with 60 seconds. Again, the question is, at what point do you feel like you can actually make a play towards either of these sites?
Definitely not having life advantage is going to be something that just adds further hesitation into an already dwindling clock, as Jimbo just trying to possibly get some aim assist through the door here, swinging side to side. Any information is going to be good information, and so trying to work to this A side, but the less time you give yourself, the more you give the other team a chance to make a play. As Gravity's going to go 1-for-1, that's still going to be a 3v2 situation. Johnny coming up from the stair side, that's probably going to spell trouble, as he usually does, and that'll be the game. I expect nothing less. If anyone was going to make the play to secure the game, it was going to be Johnny popping a 2-piece. I would have believed you had you told me that. And so Johnny comes up big for the UIU squad and has come big the whole series. And for them to take this one, they set themselves up wonderfully at now sitting 3-1 to just create separation from that mid-pack and to really drive up their stock, especially with how this Texas Nation game is going, possibly taking a win off of taking a win off that team. Yeah, they could definitely set themselves up good here to set themselves for a top 2 position.
Absolutely. Job done for UIU. You get a 2-0 today. You beat 18 and cracked. You take down Team Raw. That's a huge leapfrog up into the number 2 position, at least what we would figure right now. And, you know, just to kind of give like one last recap, someone's got to figure out offense on Bakaj. I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know if it's that, you know, we need the silent plant and diffuse to kind of start coming through so people can't just play in deep corners and just play off sound cues for retakes. I don't know what it's going to be, but at some point somebody will figure it out. Mark my words, that'll happen. But for UIU, great stuff from start to finish. I mean, the Gavudu Hardpoint, we both came into this like, ooh, this is a tough map series again, because Team Raw looked so darn good on that map 4 that they played in their opening series versus whatever it takes on that map mode combo. That was not the case. The control, super solid from start to finish. And then even honestly, you kind of look back over towards Berlin, you know, you had some good control from Team Raw, but you also at the same point had great heroic moments to where we could kind of frame up like, yeah, your Johnnies, your Rex, they could come up big in this map 5, and boy, did they.
They definitely did, and again, living in that S&D is what UIU are going to continue to do. And again, if you have to go to a game 5 with them, it's gotta make you a bit nervous, because like you said, your Phantoms and your Johnnies, they're going to show up, and that's what they did tonight. Both of them there in that Bakaj S&D. As you have a look at these stats, at 8-6 and 10-7, Phantoms with less kills but dealing more damage, and that's what you love to see from those 2 players and the roles that they bring and the Slaying, that comes with it, especially Johnny, just with the Slayer rating coming into tonight as well. Phantoms, just that wonderful supplemental role to activate Johnny from every mode, from respawns and then the control. Phantoms popping 2 pieces, just overlooking Johnny, making an aggressive play. Wonderful in tandem movements throughout the map from those two in specific. And if you're Team Raw, I wouldn't say desperation time, but you definitely got to look to start winning these ones. I know you still have some teams towards the bottom, but going to 2-2, you definitely don't want to take any more losses. And fortunately, your series was extended to map 5, so you do have those map wins in there. But yeah, definitely going to look to win majority of your games here on out.
Well, we jump into another match in the midst of what is a 1-1 count. Control currently on us. It might be a 2-0. Hold on, we'll double check that here in a moment. And yeah, actually it should be, because 18 Crack won that opening hardpoint, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 250-209, and then 6-4 was the search and destroy. So ignore the map count at the top, just listen to our voices. It's a 2-0, and 18 Cracked in a good position here. Try to lock down this defense as the A site is not fully completed yet. A life lead starting to amount. And, well, Path to Pro will at least tally up some kills. Nice little flanking play from Mohawk should allow them to extend the clock an extra 60 seconds.
He's already in a position to try to make something happen, but that's going to be snuffed out by Exceed. So as they chalk up this first point, it's going to be a battle going down at Church. 3 players to 2 here. Now leave it to 1 on this heady. Shawnee's going to connect with a grenade, and the play's halted, but these 18 Crack players are pushed toward this bottom side, not anticipating the heavy force coming to this top side.
Life lead, a huge problem here for Path to Pro. Down 6. Have to get to B. And it's just so much freedom right now for 18 and Cracker on the map. Although these kills are pretty solid. Trades coming through, 3 for 1. That's good news. You're actually going to be able to force these spawns to be in some weird positions right now for Path to Pro as well. So now an opportunity. You should know they're cutting right down that mid-rampway. Yee's holding the Godhead in the back. ProLoot waiting for a little bit of help. But help is not on the way. Streaks will be phoned in. 18 and Cracked feeling a bit of the pressure, and with those streaks, they will alleviate it pretty darn quickly. Immediate response of 4 straight kills, and with only 3 lives in 20 seconds, it looks like 18 and Cracked have done enough to hold on to this defense.
Definitely have no time really going to be in for another hit. Like we said, not quite the voodoo hike, but a hike nonetheless, and having to take the gunfights in that mid-map going to make it all the more challenging as 18 and Cracked are going to go up 2-0 in this control, up 2-0 in the series, past the Pro. Reverse sweep of reverse sweeps must be done to keep their series hopes alive.
Yeah. Wow. It's 18 and Cracked team. We're going to talk about, the storylines from Team Raw. The same will apply here for 18 and Cracked. An opportunity to solidify yourself after the first week into the top 4 with a win. You could do it in 3-0 fashion, which would be incredible for the map count, which is the tiebreakers, by the way. You got to keep that in the back of your mind as we continue through this pool play. No knockout bracket means that fighting for that 4th spot could be massive in the second week of games. Mohawk gets red. 18 and Cracked stacking up for hit towards B. ProLoot trying to cut behind this play. You've also got waiting deep and spawn and Spart. What a read this is from Assault. My goodness. Gets a tally onto ProLoot. Kill will be there. 3 in a row for Assault. 1 more on the corner. They know it's Yee's. Classic finishes off the elimination, and now a first tick of progress should be pretty much a guarantee here at the B site. More maybe even on top of that, as Mohawk has to play forward, and this is not an easy 1v1 with Assault, who decides instead to value his life for streaks. And as he looks for a more free angle, it's Spart who will deny the ability to get the glide bot.
1 tick of progression, and it B is going to be good as 18 and Cracked look to take this A point. Already having that status over B, if they are able to get this A side, is definitely going to be something going to work out in their favor. And fairly uncontested have they been on this A point since making that transition. No one quite able to get on it for Path to Pro. The second tick coming in, and with nearly 3 players on it, they're going to give it one last go to try to clear these people off. But with the contest coming in right at the last second and the last player falling, that's going to be the A site. Nearly 2 minutes left on the clock. This rotation's coming over through mid-map and through Church.
And look at Path to Pro. They're paying respect to this play from the north side of the mid-map, trying to set themselves in positions to respond to it. Thing about it is ProLoot actually doesn't get as far forward as I think he wanted to. So now it's just down to, can this defense start to hold from their spawn themselves, because Path to Pro are in some form not in the best positions. Shawnee trying to clear out the back staircase. Spart, maybe he's done enough. It's just Shawnee left alive. Gets a read on where these spawners are coming from, though. Stun will come through. Help from Exceed on the back. Trying to get a bit of a pinch set in, but ProLoot goes 1 for 1. And the help from the front is just not here yet. Even though these kills are decent for 18 and cracked, they're not able to get to the zone. And, well, maybe it won't actually make much of a difference. Shawnee gets the reload off, gets 4, and then the 5th and the 6th beyond it. Oh, my goodness, Shawnee's still not done. 7 in a row. No help was in sight. And now all of a sudden, 18 and cracked are up in live 16-6 with streaks to play with.
I was about to say that his kills didn't amount to anything going on at B, but have a look at the life count and know that he has done enough and continues to go on a tear, on a 10 streak, and control, holding it down from not even his own spawn. That tank heady, and now with 2 lives left, it's a matter of finding these last 2 players, chalking up the round, and that should be the series for this squad.
Wow.
Shawnee doing the most to get it done for this 18 and cracked team. Like we said, far from 18, very much so cracked as they take this in a 3-0 fashion.
That's just got to be the tagline for this team for at least the rest of the stage, if not the rest of the year if they stay together. This is unbelievable from Shawnee. Unbelievable. 26 and 12. Exceed went 20 and 11. And I swear to God, if these players keep leaving the lobby before we get a full look at the stats, I'm going to lose my mind.
You said it, man.
I already feel for Easy Mac. I already feel for him.
Oh, man. Absolutely. But yeah, like you said, Shawnee there at the end, finishing with a wonderful stat line, and that was behind a 10 streak. It's so well. Shawnee, you expect nothing less from someone with as much seasoned skill as he has, but whenever he decides to turn up and pop off, it's disgusting, and you can't help but not leave his POV. And so they take that one in the 3-0 fashion, and fairly dominant, of course, in the control, but in the first 2, definitely got to give it up for the close gameplay that was had. They were able to get it put away, though, in the control. And like you said, this only helps the map count. Whenever you break down to the head-to-heads, when you win, you want to win dominantly, and that's what 18 Crack trying to do. So albeit maybe they dropped a couple of maps that they would like to have back, but when they are winning, it's in dominant fashion, and so good for them, and that's only going to help them in the long game.
Absolutely. Massive win here. In a 3-0 in control, just, you can't say enough about it, especially like we continue to talk about 2 of those rounds being on attack. Teams are starting to figure it out, slowly but surely. So 252.09 in the first, 6-4 the search. Didn't really get to catch any of that, but the 3-0 there. Impressive stuff to at least pull away from if you're 18 and cracked. So with that in mind, I believe that actually concludes all of our ability to do any extra broadcast here. The mainstream looks like it's still going on with whatever it takes in Texas Nation, at least at the moment. The UYU Team Raw is where our focus was. It was a map 5, round 11. UYU take the advantage there, and then 3-0s and the other matches that were going on simultaneously. Saw the conclusion of 18 and cracked, and then Bear Claw, we saw the final scoreboard. It was a round 5 in control for them to lock down a 3-0. Which pretty much puts Villains out of the running, essentially, for a playoff spot. They'll have to fight through qualification again. I think it's pretty safe to say that. But there's going to be a very compact middle ground, especially depending what happens with whatever it takes in Texas Nation. There could be 3-4 teams that are all within a map or 2 of each other being tied.
Yeah, and you say a map or 2, not a series or 2. And that's why it's going to be so important, too, where you can create distance, win those series in a 3-0 fashion, because that's only going to serve to help you as things go on. Because like you said, this middle pack is going to be so congested as we start to get into things, and as teams are upsetting other teams like we've already seen plenty of today, it's only going to cause for chaos as this play continues to go on. So where you can create separation and close series out quickly, definitely need to see that be done.
Indeed the case, but with that in mind, that comes a close to the first week of round robin play here on the Clutch stream. Again, if you've joined us for the first time, make sure you subscribe on your way out. Brand new YouTube channel. Going to be continuing to bring coverage on Tuesdays and Wednesdays for both Europe and North America. Next week, same time, same places, the final moments of the round robin stage on both Tuesday and Wednesday, and then the third and overall final week for the stage will be that 4-team double elimination playoff bracket. All of that coverage coming between both here and on youtube.com/COD Challengers. Been a pleasure being with you. Cash, fun casting with you for the first time. Hope you enjoyed it.
Absolutely. Had a blast on the desk with you tonight, Shift, and it was a great time, great games, and I'm excited to get back to it.
Indeed we will. We'll go on a break, though, so we'll kind of have to sit here, twiddle our thumbs until next Tuesday, which hopefully we'll catch you right here back for more. Till that point, make sure you guys keep holding it down. Go on.
Woohoo. Wee. What a night. It was.